Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, September the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, Torty. I've got to do it all over again because I forgot to put my mic on in the other room, okay? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, September the 6th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Just looking for a yes, a couple of yeses in our main room. Let me know you guys can hear me. Thank you. Excellent. By the way, William, well, it's interesting you say that because I asked Chris, we're talking about those weird prints. I know it used to really tick me off also when I my gap up and my gap down, and you'd see look like it was a gap up, and you look at the price and it never got there. Chris says he's checked on IB and they appear to be there. So. But he said to use the distance from the distance inside market filter, and that seems to get rid of them. Anyway, so we had some numbers come out. Whether you'll believe them or not, who cares? Look at the market right now. So this is the market reaction right now, and the SPY has actually gone mildly positive on those numbers. Keep an eye on Path, guys. This is the one that, I have no idea if it's going to do it, but look at Path, P-A-T-H. P-A-T-H is an earnings play today. And when I saw it, not that it's up a lot. Well, 8% is not a bad thing, but look at the weekly chart. Look at the, look where it could go. I mean, this is a massive gap on the weekly chart. So I'm going to have to I really want to keep an eye on Path to see if it has any way of starting to fill this gap in. And it is an earnings play, PATH. So from yesterday, WHLR. So I didn't see this news yesterday. This probably was the reason. I didn't see this news yesterday, but some kind of a settling or a dismissal of a lawsuit. So anyway, WHLR, a huge day yesterday, starting to follow through today. Wow, $9 right there. It takes out $9. You've got 11.18 or so on the next high, looking left on the weekly chart. I'm sorry, in the daily chart. So there is room. There is still room. BENF. Not sure I saw any news on this one. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Did anybody find any? That's a massive amount of volume, 23 million. I don't know what the float is. Have to check. We don't have any float information for BENF. Just going to another website and check that out. So yeah, but 1.67 million. So there was some news on this one, the BLMZ. Okay, there is some news on this one. This is a Japanese from Japan. Okay, I didn't realize that. Japanese stock company announced it entered into a business agreement with CrossVision for joint entertainment offerings. Okay, so there's your news for BLMZ on the daily chart. Looks like there could be some resistance around 140, 150. Okay, we have the float of 2.28 million. Okay, so we're in the ballpark at least. AVGO, where are you? AVGO was an earnings play. Broadcom. So this is a pretty big gap down, $10, 6.5% on earnings. The next low, wow. On the weekly chart, on the weekly chart, 128 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. The 200-day moving average is about 134. There's still room for Broadcom to keep moving down if it wants to. The initial reaction after hours, if you can see my 15-minute chart, the mauve area, you can see it actually popped up but then it dropped, and it's maintained that gap down. So that is AVGO. And there is still room underneath on the weekly and even on the daily. BOF, did it maintain? Did it maintain? Probably not. BOF, actually, okay. So it is maintaining. Had a pop up to about 360. Hasn't pulled back that much. Been active it's been active for the last 2 weeks. Imagine that. At one point last week, 61 cents. 61 cents. Yesterday, or the high this week, was 4. Smith and Wesson, SWBI, where are you? You are an earnings play, and you are gapping down a little bit on earnings. It's actually a little bit of a recovery, only down 3% now. Trading lower after the company reported worse than expected Q1 financial results. So that is Swiss and Wesson, SWBI. AGX, where is AGX? Another earnings play, very low volume though. Low volume, but it has popped up 23%, but it's very low volume right now. Only 15,000 shares. Released earnings after hours. You can see the big gap after hours, and it's maintaining that gap. And this is, lifetime high now, guys. So this is a lifetime high. It broke out of all this. But again, it's very low volume right now. And that's AGX. SMAR, S-M-A-R. Again, not very much volume. Just trying to pick up some of these earnings plays. Another nice one on earnings. Breaking out of all this on the weekly chart. Again, not very much volume, but it is an earnings play. SMAR. Had a big day yesterday. Big day yesterday ahead of earnings. A lot of people were betting earnings would be good, and they got, well, somewhat rewarded because it did close down here. FFIE was active. Let's see if it's still trying to hold some of its gap. FFIE. So in the pre-market, it got up to 726. That's a pretty big pullback right now for FFIE. And they jump on a $30 million new financing. So to secure $30 million in financing commitments from investors to drive growth and new business opportunities. This Canadian company, SYTA, has been active also. Pre-market got up, well, in the pre-market got up to 188. It's pulled back down to 148. Still up 26%, and another crazy low floater. And already 9 million have traded, 9.2 million have traded. See any news on this one? I don't see any news for today. Now, Docu, I think Docu is basically flat right now, but this actually a little bit up now. Docu, when I first saw it, it was basically flat. It is an earnings play. A lot of people, can be a very active stock. Okay, DOCU can be a very active stock. A big float, 202 million in the float. Not a lot of volume yet. The gap had a gap after hours. This is actually the on the 15-minute chart anyway. Where if you look at my go no go chart, went from orange directly to blue, and right there. So yeah, Docu's on the move, guys. Now the next high looking left. 59.56, so less than $1 away from that next high. Thank you, PJ. All right, WHLR. Yeah, guys, if it takes out 10, what did I say? Yeah, the next high is 11. So it's above that high right there, isn't it? 930. Yeah, 930 was the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it's at that price, at a little bit above that right now. And then the next high is 1109. And again, when I'm mentioning these levels, I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Wow. I mean, it really is insane, isn't it? I mean, right now we're looking at a 10 bagger from yesterday's low. Amazing. Stock was $1. Low yesterday actually was, yeah, 101. And tremendous liquidity. Look at that. 14 million have traded already. 80 million yesterday. 80 million shares traded yesterday. I thought it was because they had a lawsuit dismissed. Captain Para. I mean, they may also have an offering. What do you mean that's just fluff? Look at it. All right, guys. What time is it now? 9:11. So I am going to take a look at the sector. So right now we're basically flat. The market's basically flat. The SPY has recovered. At this point, it was down, I think a couple of points, but now is completely recovered on those 830 numbers. What else do we have in store? I think we had somebody talking also, one of the Fed presidents talking. Thank you, Dave, in our YouTube room also regarding the BENF float. So we had the economic or employment situation at 8:30. So those numbers came out. Market reacted positively. 8:45, Williams, one of the Fed presidents, spoke or is speaking, probably over now. And at 11 o'clock, we have Waller speaking, and another one of the Fed presidents. Okay. So at 11 o'clock, we could have some action in the market. But for now, nothing until then in terms of anything on the economic calendar. Williams said it explicitly. It was time to. Now, is it going to be? I actually see some out there talking about half a percent instead of 0.25 or basis points. I think there was like a 41% chance of it being 0.5. Yeah, I think there's no question. I think that it will get at least a 1/4. So Peter, so the news on WHLR that I can read today anyway is announced that the United States Court of Appeals of the Fourth Circuit affirmed a 2023 order dismissing a putative class action complaint filed against the company and Cedar by purported holders of Cedar's preferred stock. So that was that's the news on WHLR, Peter. If you can see my screen. All right, guys, I'm going to take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. All right, guys. So here are the major sectors. So we've got XLE, the major. Actually, let's take a look at TRGP. Is there any volume? No. But is it an earnings play? TRGP, for some reason, it's down 3%, but it's only on 118 shares. So what I actually look for is an outlier. So what I mean by that, first of all, XLE, the major ETF for energy, 80% in green, meaning 80% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. So what I look for is some kind of an outlier, something that's going counter to its sector. That could have been TRGP, down 3%, but it's only on 118 shares. So just looking at the other sectors, there's nothing really standing out. But what I want to see now, so the market, so the tech stocks were up yesterday. Tech was kind of up yesterday, but the Dow was down fairly big. I want to see where XLE is now with respect to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, you can see this, guys. I mean, moving away now. There's no question that it closed underneath the 200-day moving average yesterday and moving away from that. So this is the first crack, really. I mean, we were flirting with it, for a few days, but now it's underneath the 200-day moving average. And now let's take a look at the tech stocks, XLK. It was right on it yesterday. Yeah, look at that. So still hovering above it. And what was the other one? I want to see consumer discretionary, XLY. All right. Well, consumer discretionary is still, it's in view. You can see that green line. That is the 200-day moving average. You can still see it on the chart. A lot of them you couldn't even see them or couldn't even see it, but starting to move away a little bit from the 200-day moving average. So, but energy has been the weakest sector over the last couple of weeks anyway, maybe even longer. Now, today, guys, I'm going to be concentrating like I did yesterday on the large cap movers, okay? When I get those race going, the large cappers. Doesn't mean I'll completely dismiss the low floaters, but I definitely I'm more interested in watching those large cappers move. We seem to have some really, really good steady moves in those stocks, which makes it a lot more pleasant to trade. Okay, just looking to see if anything is snuck in here. So those are the top three still: WHLR, BLMZ, and BENF, BENF. Hanging right at that level right there, guys. That's at high right there is 930. We're at 913 right now. So what I'm going to do is I will stick a price alert around 937 for WHLR in case it takes out that high again. And then who knows, maybe it'll have an assault on that 11. Well, actually, BEMF showed up on the no-go right there. I saw this right here, but I don't have shorts for it. The alert was at 255. Yeah, 254 actually. Okay. And it would have been pretty good. Actually got down to 231 on a percentage basis. Todd, what do you mean by that? Gene, if you show up today, I'll be in the main room. Oh, I guess you must know somebody called Gene who shows up in YouTube? Must be a friend of yours, perhaps? Okay. I'll pass that on to Gene. Paging Gene in YouTube, if you're there. Now, guys, I did see this one. Ooh, there you go, guys. So WHLR just got above that high again. So here is another one that I did see. This is an earnings play, okay? I don't think they had very much volume. Yeah, it's another. It's a DOOO. DOOO. It's a Canadian company, down 7%. Not a lot of volume yet, but look at this gap down. And there are a few shares available for me at Interactive Brokers, 39,000 on the short side. The next low looking left is around $60. So there might be, it's not that far away, only $1 away. Your little post there, Todd, reminds me of the old days when people used to do stuff like that on a bulletin board. And I don't mean a digital bulletin board. I mean a real bulletin board. Okay, guys, a bit of a pop here for IoT. IoT. This is an earnings play also. Volume is starting to pick up. IoT is an earnings play. Now, to me anyway, there looks like there could be a ton of resistance right around that 42.30 mark. So only about 50 cents away. But this is an earnings play, IoT. Age is just a number. Whatever that means. Yeah, I've been fairly lucky. I've been kind of a gym rat all my life, so I've been able to maintain pretty well. Yeah, here goes IoT, guys. IoT, IoT, IoT. The reason I say that is that on my gap up, that's what she is saying to me in the text to voice. So getting closer to this, I mean, I may be wrong. I mean, it may break right through all that. IoT. All right, guys, 924. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the layout I'm going to use when the market opens up and running. So give me a moment as I make some adjustments. Okay, and some adjustments. on my other monitor. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, got all my adjustments done now. So I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. So you see what WHLR did? It got into that high and then it came back down again. So what I'll do is I will put another alert, price alert at that high again, see if it takes it out again. Because why am I doing that? Because that's the high looking left now on the daily chart about 9:30. So I will put I'll put my alert back and see if it takes it out again once this market opens. Yeah, you're right. Next Friday is Friday the 13th. I will sing to you happy birthday, English, Spanish, and French. How's that? All right, guys. With 2 minutes to this open. It's next week, guys. Premature. Well, now that is an interesting. I one of those, when it's a kind of boring at the party you're at, you just pop up without. By the way, guys, did anybody know that any month that begins on a Sunday will always have a Friday the 13th? I had no idea. Interesting. Now, I want to check that. All right, guys. Well, you're talking about Path. Take a look at Path and what it's doing. I'm just jotting that down. All right, guys, we are now open for business. So now I may not get too many here at the beginning. How can you automatically transfer IPO data from trade ideas into? I have no idea how to do it, Greg. Not sure I know what you mean exactly. Not sure I know what you mean. Like what IPO data do you mean exactly? Okay, guys, we're in for I'd say right now, a positive open, yes. I still don't know what you mean, the actual IPO and transferring it into, I mean, you know, when you click on an alert, I still don't know what you mean. Sorry. So let's say we have an IPO today or yesterday, and the actual data into Interactive Brokers, I don't know what you mean. I mean, all you can do from Trade Ideas into Interactive Brokers is establishing a link. Are you talking about establishing a link then between Trade Ideas and Interactive Brokers? Oh, okay. Well, that's really nothing to do with IPO. It's anything. Okay. Well, if you click on Tools, and then from our toolbar, click on Tools, and then External Linking. You've never external linked? You just follow the instructions, really. You click on external linking, and then you just add the link. Click on Add Link. Put your pointer in the order entry in Interactive Brokers. Just follow the instructions. So where it says Add a Link, and you see where it says holding the key active, mouse over the target window. I put it in the order entry and hold down the Shift key, and then it gets selected. The only other thing you have to do is use this rule, Interactive Brokers Live, okay? But it's got nothing to do with IPOs. I mean, that's just establishing a general link. So now when I click on IoT, it loads into my order entry, into Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Well, we've got IoT on the move here. IoT did not listen to me. Look at this. Popped right through all of that. Yeah, I'm looking at some of these that we did yesterday. Okay, looking at the down big yesterday, up big today. Hood is on the move, guys. Robin Hood. Hood is on the move. Yeah, Hood's got some room, 2179 on the weekly chart, approximately. So it has room on the weekly chart. Not as much on the daily chart, though. Yeah, look left. You got to have all this all these areas it could stall. So Mobileye, this is an all-time low again, guys. It's weaker and weaker and weaker. Mobileye, MBLY, getting weaker and weaker. An all-time low again. I think it was an earnings play when. I don't know when earnings are coming up. Give me one moment, please. Okay, I see Mara is on the move here. Bitcoin is up a bit today, up about 560 or so. So AI is having a bounce back, guys. AI is having a bounce back after a pretty disastrous day yesterday on earnings. You can see this right there. So there's an example, Captain, of one that was down yesterday and up today. I think Chewy was one that was down yesterday. One reason I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Look what happened with IoT, guys. It looked really awesome. I mean, it took all this out, got up to 45.22, and it's dropped $3 just like that. So and you look at the halt now. Yeah, I mean, look at WHLR. Got down to 766, and this remember this is only a 3-minute chart, and it popped right back up to 919 and is now halted. WHLR is now halted. This is the first halt of the day. Let's take a look at it and see where it could open. Could be a monster open here, guys. So again, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt price for for WHLR, and this is giving you a glimpse as to where it could open. As you see, this number does not have to hold, but right now, I have a hard time believing it's going to open up here. But it says 995. Now look at the SPY, guys. We're having a bit of a drop in the SPY now. This was certainly an active one yesterday, guys. The ASTS. ASTS was a super active one yesterday, both on the upside and the downside. U.S. Steel continues to sort of recover. I saw something about Cleveland Cliffs. Okay, well, there's what Cleveland Cliffs is some pretty sternly worded message to U.S. Steel and all this. Now, remember yesterday what we found a lot in these large cap gainers, a lot of them when they pulled back into the VWAP, and the VWAP seemed to hold. So here we go. For instance, Chewy, okay? The VWAP is at 26.88. It's at 26.88 right now. This stock was up at 27 in the pre-market. So it has pulled back into the VWAP. Will that hold it? Another BOF just got halted on the way down. Oh, on the way down. Hopefully nobody's in this one right now. BOF halted on the way down. Airlines were very active yesterday. American Airlines is still, let's see if they pulled, well, American Airlines actually, so it got up to what, 11.18, closed down here at 10.81, not that bad. So the airlines, a lot of it I think has to do with the price of oil, the entire sector. All right, let's go back to WHLR and see where this could open. Again, wow, it's still holding at 995. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it's going to open at 943 plus 35 seconds. So about 30 seconds from now, guys, if this is a 5-minute halt, and typically that's what they are, you see, wow, now look what happened there. See how that was at 995 and 980, now 920. So all over the place as to where it could open. Let's see if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. So in 5 seconds, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open. And it was a 5-minute halt, so it's now open for business, guys. Be really careful if you're going to try this one. I mean, this is all over the place. Look, wow. I mean, that's a big drop. 832, 833 on the bid ask. So that first halt, typically the first halts can be pretty good. In other words, when they resume, they're, usually they're above the halt price. Whoa, not now though. Boy, that got halted on the way down now. So steer clear for sure. Well, guys, here's, look how that worked. I didn't take it, but look how that worked again for Chewy. Chewy held the held the VWAP and popped off the VWAP. So keep an eye on these ones early on and see whether or not they get down to the VWAP. I mean, they could just keep moving, of course, and these ones, meaning the large cap gainers from the open. Well, there's the BLMZ. So this one is so far the best of the ones that of these three. WHLR, BOF. What was the other one? Best meeting had some extension. It kind of held the pre-market. Did hold the pre-market. I'm sorry, not kind of. It did hold the pre-market. And again, it's a low float, 1.25 million in the float. There was some news. Entered in business agreement with CrossVision for joint entertainment offering. So that's your news for it. So there is, some news. And when you look left, boy, it's got room. $3 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. On the daily chart, yeah, same. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. 229. $229 actually is the next high looking left on the daily chart for BLMZ. Oh boy, TVTX, look at the room it's got now on the weekly chart, guys. $14. I'm not saying it's getting there, but boy, look at this TVTX, guys. I don't know what it's not an earnings play. Was it an earnings play yesterday? No, it just had a great day yesterday. Look at TVTX going. Oh man, guys. Okay. I took it. I'm really sorry, but I'm so into these right now. These big market caps, larger market caps. I don't normally take what time. Well, it is actually 9:47. I thought it was still in the first 15 minutes. These are going to be pretty quick for me. But look at this is all about the gap. All about the gap. When you look left. Oh man, TVTX. Okay, I'm taking some off right now, guys, in case it can't get through that whole number of 12. Okay, now I'm going to start watching some of these other ones and see if they're pulling back into the 200 into the VWAP. 3288 is the VWAP for CELH. Let's see if it gets closer. Okay, we saw so many of them yesterday that did this. Okay, so now IoT is just over the VWAP. 4376 is the VWAP. It's just over it. All right. Well, TVTX for me was a nice quick play so far. I'm going to wait and see if it takes out 12. How about Lyft? What is Lyft doing? LYFT. Yeah, for some reason, I have a feeling it's this new build I'm on. My computer has not acted up like it is now. And it might be this new build I'm on. All right, guys, ASTS. Yeah, I might even have to go back a build or two. I want to see if that is the reason, because this is not doing anything differently. Okay, give me one moment, okay, guys? Just give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, Path did not do it. Path had that nice little potential gap fill, but it did not do it. So CELH, so there's the VWAP, 3288. So it's moving down a little bit below the VWAP. I have to put an alert up in that VWAP area just to see if it takes it back. CELH. I'm going to try something, guys. Okay, now CNM, I think that was an earnings play, wasn't it? Yeah, this was an earnings play a couple of days ago. Okay, engineer. Well, the float is just, yeah, the available number of shares that can be traded. But if you and I get into a stock, get out of a stock, get into a stock, get out of a stock, those are all the number of shares that have been traded, right? So even though the float could be 2.8 million, that's why we see some of these stocks that have traded like the float turnover. That's what we call the float turnover. Some of these stocks have turned over the float many, many, many times. Remember, it's just a number of trades. So look at WHLR. It only has about 541,000 shares in the float. It's traded 22 million. It's just been super active trading. Now, if you're asking me why in a specific, I don't know if you're talking about WHLR or another one, but you just obviously a lot of activity. I mean, look at this, 22 million. I don't know again if you're talking about WH. Yeah, well, there's just a lot of action. What stock are you talking about? WHLR? Yeah, it's just an active stock. That's all. I mean, yeah, 48 million, 2.2 in the float. Yeah, it's just an active stock. Not necessarily engineer. No, not necessarily. And what if I had been one of the ones that had bought early in the morning and now I'm selling, you know? Okay, guys, give me a moment. Sorry, thank you, legal. That blocked it so far. I'm not sure if I was on mute when I was answering Nestor. So there's about 1.25 million in the float. At least that's what we have for the float of BLMZ. And right there is the next high looking left. And that's kind of what it got to. Takes that out, then it has a shot to get to the 3 level. And that is for BLMZ. All right. Is this an earnings play? Braze, BRZE. I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, it is an earnings play. A lot of volume now. Didn't really see too much action in the pre-market. But man, once the market opened, 42 down to 37, BRZE. And the next low looking left is around $37. So it's kind of right there. And if it takes that out, 36. All right. Well, let's keep an eye on Chewy here, guys. 2706 is the VWAP. It's just a little bit below. I'm going to stick an alert just a little bit above it to see if it gets over the VWAP and moves from there. Kind of like that, guys. Chewy. All right. Let's see how well it holds 27. It got up to 27.68 or so in the not pre-market when the market opened. This is the 9:45 15-minute candle. But it may be following the market a little too much. You know, I'd like to see the market stop moving down like this if I'm going to take a bounce. All right, TNON just got halted. TNON just got halted on the way up. Probably a low float. Yeah, 3.5 million in the float. Potential open around $5. Okay. Okay, thank you. So tenon is a reverse split today. TNON is a reverse split today. Okay. I'm watching this Chewy, guys. CHWY. I want to see if it can hold. Just don't like the market moving down and trying to go long in some of these. BRZE continues down now, guys. Big area right here at 37. The next low on the daily chart is 36, a little over 36. Definitely have to concentrate more on the shorts. Boy, Chewy's just stuck at 27 right now. CHWY just sort of stuck at, and on the go no go chart, it's basically saying, we don't see an advantage one way or the other. That's what that orange is. Now that's on a 3-minute chart. Pen has got some room, guys. Okay, PEN has some room. This showed up on the scan, the Go Momo 3-minute scan. Orange, only one bar in between orange and blue, and the alert was at 19. It has some room. 1956 is the next high looking left. I would like to see the market not moving down, though. I like to see it doesn't have to be moving up, but just stop moving down, maybe, and just sort of stall before I take anything long right now, unless it has some news on its own, which I don't see Penn having. Give me one moment, please. Ooh, there's Docu. Shoot, I missed it. Yeah, that alert at 10:06. Okay. There you've got the pattern, orange to blue. Okay. The alert would have been at, the alert would have been at 59.36. right there, the close of that blue bar. And this had a nice move. Again halted, yes. All over the place, guys. All over the place. I mean, look at this now. Halted, WHLR halted again. And now we have that, again, the projected open 980. Doesn't mean it's going to be there, of course. I think if it can take out 10, this could have another, could roll again for a while. But I mean, look how, remember, this got up to 974 in the pre-market, all the way down to 7, and now back up again. Well, Pepe. Bjorn, yes, these are the go, no-go charts, yes. So, Greg, were you able to establish the link between Interactive Brokers and Trade Ideas? It's possible. Let's take a look at WHLR. Yeah, it did. Yeah, got up to $15 in the pre-market. Yes. I'm just looking at daily charts, though. Okay. Okay, now coming down to earth again. Okay, remember that's at almost 10. 934 is the halt. I mean, this is all over the place in terms of the projected open for WHLR. And if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:16 plus 12 seconds, so a couple of minutes from now. I mean, I'm aware of what happened in the pre-market, Alex. No question. But no, when the market opens, I'm just looking left on the daily and the weekly. Okay, so this IoT seemed to have held the VWAP at 44.13. Excuse me, 44.13. Okay, guys, 10:15 as we wait for this WHLR to open. And well, if it gets over 10, I mean, but it depends on how it does it, SK. I mean, if it just screams right through 10, I'm not going to take it. But I think that if it gets through 10 and holds for a bit, I think it could have a run from there. But I mean, it's so whippy because the problem with a WHLR and these ones that are so whippy is where are you going to put a stop? You get into the trade, where are you going to put a stop? Because this thing can go in a heartbeat up $2 and down $3, just like that. So it's really difficult. Where are you going to put a stop? Now it just opened and it opened below. It just opened and opened below the halt. 934. So, I mean, it's just something I have to stay away from. I mean, I'll put an alert up here at the high, but later on, maybe in the day. But I mean, it is just for me, it's just way too whippy. I just don't know where I'd put a stop. I mean, now it's over 10. I mean, I know it's a fear of missing out. I know the FOMO is just, it's all over the place. I mean, it could just blast right through 10 like it is right now. Actually surprised it didn't get halted again. All right, guys, it is again 10:17 now, so I will talk a little bit about my homepage and the scans you'll find on my homepage, plus other information. And just give me a moment. I have to do a little jiggling around in our YouTube room. Just give me a moment. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription right now. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Please use my promo code. This will really, at any time in the future, you want to take out a subscription, go to my homepage and use that promo code. That'll really help to keep the room free, okay? Because the room gets credit for the subscription. You must do to get started. Look how whippy this is, guys. I mean, that's why new to trading, stay away. Old to trading, very, very difficult. 10 short videos. First one, download and install. First, startup and login. Second, scrolling down a bit, introduction to scans. Important introduction to scans. Top list windows and alert windows, the two key elements of trade ideas right here. Okay, you must do that first. It'll only take you about 30 minutes if you go through all of the videos, 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you, okay? This is a series of videos. Michael Noss of Trade Ideas, he put this together and all free. Stock of the day video that I do, free. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the Trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. This is the user guide. We have a great user guide, all segmented. There's the getting started to start. Must do that. Must do that first. More detailed information about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing. I'm using stock races now a lot. Here's how you can create your own. I will go over the one that you can see. I do have a couple others that I'm sharing. Price alerts. I use price alerts all the time on my charts. Watch lists. If you want to create your own watch list of symbols you want to follow, here's how you do it. And as usual, a lot of information in a user guide. You do not have to learn everything, okay? And daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Friday. Normally that would be Andy, but he and Steve switched. So Andy was yesterday. It'll be still Steve Gomez in our YouTube room today, okay? And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room. Last, my scan. So here are my scans that I am currently sharing. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a bit, click here. Now, if we'll back here, if for some reason when you scroll down and you get to my scan area and the click here is not clickable, in other words, it's not like these two on the other side, just keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then hit the refresh key, okay? And then that'll cure that going forward. So click here. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. These are the ones that I'm displaying. I'm displaying this one, the large cap gainers is right here. The relative strength leaders right here. The upside movers versus downside movers is here. And there's the very active halts resumes, okay? I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running, and neither should you. That'd be way too many. But the reason I'm showing these to you, there might be something that you might want to take a look at and then incorporate into your layout, okay? What's my take on BENF? Well, looked decent when it got over 2, but it couldn't hold it. I mean, no, really. I mean, it got up to what, 279. The high, looking left, was 288, 287. Got close to that high, but it's a pretty big pullback now. So it's hard to know. It could be one of these ones that at the end of the day, towards the end of the day in the afternoon, it could get going again. But right now, nothing really to see. I mean, this red right there, that purple right there is basically pretty bearish. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is, so the market is still, a little reluctant to go long anything right now with the market doing that, unless the stock is a true alpha stock having news on its own, maybe an earnings play, maybe it has some news. But right now, a little reluctant. Boy, this BRZE was an awesome short I didn't take. 30 got through 36. BRZE as an earnings play. Well, guys, we're going to see if thumbnail charts are overrated. There's okay, so TQQ, obviously Shady is in this one, working extremely well for him. I only did the one trade early, guys, and it worked out really, really well. But and that's the TVTX. Still really going to pay attention to these, though, especially if the market can settle down a bit. All right, let me bring up my momentum scan, and so I can demonstrate what Trade Ideas is all about. Yeah, this is very bearish now, guys. I mean, even on a 5-minute chart, let me take a look at the SPY on a 3-minute, see if that, yeah, so wow, that's very bearish right there. So and the go-no-go system, orange going right to deep purple is really bearish, okay? Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that, it's going to do this every time, but looking just at the SPY chart, very bearish sign right there. 547.88 would have been the alert. So with that in mind, let's take a look at this momentum scan that I am sharing and to demonstrate what Trade Ideas is all about. So we're tremendous at real-time alerting, okay? It was what we're really, really good at, real-time alerting. And many screening programs out there that kind of say they scan or real-time alert. We don't have to say, we do. So if I right-click on this one and click on configure and click on summary. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. That's why I call this a momentum scan. The volume has really increased. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Now, look at this. And this is what's happened in the market. The last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was TNON at 1018. Okay. We are now 10 minutes from that. And this is a very active scanner. Okay. When I say active, usually we're getting, a lot of alerts, not necessarily one a minute, but definitely very, very active. So that just sort of shows you what we're going through right now. Not many stocks meeting these filter requirements are making new highs for the day. Okay. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it, of course. If you want to make some changes, no, when I say you can have it, it's on my homepage. It's called Momo. But if you want to make some changes, maybe you don't like the price range, maybe you want to add a filter that you like, maybe you want to take one of these out, that's up to you. Okay. If you want to make your own scans, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. And right at the very top, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. And right at the very top, the two most popular by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. When we get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Okay. These are all the filters that we've got. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on the fact that we've got all these and think, man, how am I going to learn all these real-time alerts and all these filters? Way too complicated for me. Well, the good news is you don't have to, okay? The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So I guess it should be obvious then they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? Now, personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters, like a certain price range and volume and all that, but doesn't mean the ones I'm not using aren't good. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. That's all it means. Well, I have no idea, Steve. Question in our YouTube room. What can we expect for IoT in a week from now? I have no idea. It's an earnings play today, so it's obviously reacted fairly well. It's a lifetime high, so not fairly well. It's acted very well. It's a lifetime high, but I have no idea what to expect a week from now. A lot, of course, might depend on the market, but right now it's a lifetime high. So let's take a look at these races, okay? Now I think I'm going to be able to add the other one. Wow, no kidding. No kidding, BLMZ. Well, it took out the 2. And right there, that was the high, 229. So now, I mean, but look what it did. I mean, 248 right back down to 220. I mean, there's got to be very careful where you're going to put a stop. It's all about where you're going to put a stop if you get into these things. And again, is trying to get through that high again, 229. And if it does, and if it holds, then $3, there is your next potential area. Give me one moment. Okay, guys, let's take a look at these races. And speaking of IoT, where is that VWAP? The VWAP is 44.13. So again, it's one of these things. Maybe if you can get through the VWAP a little bit later, maybe you can keep on a run, bit of a run. I'll put an alert around 44.29, getting above that VWAP, maybe. Very strong earnings play. And of course, it's an all-time high. Wow. I mean, look, guys, I mean, I would just be maybe later on in the day, maybe if it takes out 10 again in the afternoon sometime, this could get rolling again, this WHLR. But look how whippy it is. All right, let's talk about these races, okay, and what they're all about. So I run 4-minute races. If you go to my homepage, go to the guide, go to the education section on my homepage, go to the guide. Then there's a whole section on TI stock racing, how you can create your own race, using your own parameters. This is what I like to do. I'm going to show you what I like. You can see right off the bat, there are not very many. I tell you, there are not many stocks meeting the requirements, because normally this would be full with at least 10 stocks. Whereas the large cap losers is full, which makes sense on a day like today. But let me just explain what the racing is all about. Just waiting for this race to be over. Right now, TVTX is leading by a smidge here. So it just won. So so you can see that a top 10 list will automatically be built for you over the course of the day of the stocks that win the most races. TVTX has won 6 races, IoT 2, etc. Okay. So this gives you a focus list or a focus of stocks just to, if you want, just to take a look at all day long. And there was a list of stocks to focus on all day long. Now, today is probably not a great day to try to find these ones, but I found though that these are still ASTS would not show up anymore, and I'll explain why. So why are these stocks showing up right now in the first place? All races start off from a top list window. Okay, so if I right click and I'll open the top list. So if I right click on the race and I can open the top list, and you can see there's very few stocks meeting the filter requirements. Okay, that's it. Yesterday, this was full. So why are these stocks showing up? I'm just looking for stocks between 10 and 50. In fact, I thought about expanding this range maybe up to about 100, but right now I'll just keep it like this. So the prices between 10 and 50, minimum volume 500,000 shares, up 2% from the close. Market cap has to be at least $500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements, it'll be in this list. Again, not a big list today. Okay. So in the past, before we had races, the way in which a person would use a stop list or a top list window would be, you could say, well, okay, what stocks are up the most today? So if I click, as long as I have it as a header, which I do, C percent, which is the change from yesterday's close, and there's IoT actually. So if I double left click, I can see that IoT is up 14% from yesterday's close, TVTX 10%, etc. Again, this list normally is really full. I want to see the stocks that are up the most from their opening trade of the day. AI is up 2.9%, etc. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get another one. It'll make it a lot clearer. This is a race that is not based on market cap or float, and you're going to see there's a bigger. See how many more stocks there are in here. Okay. So again, the same thing. If I double left click, BLMZ up 203%, WHLR up 99%, etc. So there you can see BLMZ still is the star. It's not only up the most from yesterday's close, but it's also up the most from its opening print of the day. Okay. So that's how a person would have used and you can still use a top list. Don't get me wrong. You can still use a top list, or you can turn the top list into a tree map like this. Okay. This is the tree map. This is basically this. All I did was I said, but just show me the top 6. That's all I did. Basically, it's the same one. I just said, but just show me the top 6. So again, nice to know perhaps all this information, but what if you wanted to, but what if for some reason, pick a stock here, let's say US Steel, Hex, what if all of a sudden, for some reason, and it could happen, some rumor comes in that, they're going to get bought, that done deal, and all of a sudden it starts moving from 1.2% from its opening trade up, then it's up 2%, 5%, 10%, 15%, moving straight up. How would you ever know that? You can't be expected to keep an eye on a huge list of stocks to see which one is moving up or even down. So that's what the race does. The race does not care, okay, where a stock is from its opening trade or where it is with relation to its close of yesterday. All it cares about is what stock, since the race started, is moving the most. So there's LASE, LASE, in that whole list of stocks is moving the most. Not a huge amount, but it is moving the most, 1.98%. And again, same thing, a top 10 list will be built. So that's what the racing is all about. And then again, really interesting now with my computer. I know. Pepe, are you around? So we do have a nice one from our AI. So the big culprit was my thumbnail charts, Pepe. I got rid of them all. Only had 8, but that was the culprit. I don't know if you heard, my machine was going crazy this morning. I got rid of all my thumbnail charts, and that's it. Yeah. I'm going to try to work without thumbnail charts for a while and see if that makes a huge difference to me. Yeah, that's all it is. You can't hear. I'm sure you can't hear a thing from my computer, and it was going crazy this morning. So Bull is an earning. Sorry, guys. Well, Bull is an earnings play, and it's also an AI alert. You can see right there, 1240 on the short, 1164. Really a good one from our AI today on that one. The rest of the longs, not as well as to be expected, really, with what the market's doing. So, Pepe, I've got 3 races going now. I could probably, we always thought the races were the culprit, but one moment, please. Be right back, guys. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Now, granted, they were all the go no go charts, but still, might be the new build I'm on too. But you know what? Wow, DJT just continues its sell off here, guys. Wow. Well, you know what, guys? I mean, listen, it's September. It's September. And what have we always said? What do we keep saying every year? September is the worst month performance wise in the year. So it shouldn't be that much of a surprise, really. So remember, next September, guys, if we're all around, we just on September 1st, if that's a trading day, we just short the SPY and hold it all month. Okay? All right, maybe this one, APLS. Let's take a look at this one, APLS. It is not, it is resisted. What I'm looking for are stocks that have resisted the move down, okay? And APLS certainly has resisted that move down. However, let's take a look left. And you know what? That high is too close. Yeah, you're right, Stevie. I mean, we're only, what, September the 6th. So why not short it right now? Well, I'd rather have shorted it earlier. Well, you can just take the SPY and short it. Okay, I mean, there's a symbol for the SPY. SQQQ, I guess, is another one. But you can just short the SPY. But there are other instruments. Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar with them all. But SQQ, I guess, is, well, those are the Qs. But that will probably work. Okay, guys. Now I saw that the MCRB was halted, and did it pop up? And the answer, woo, did it ever? Wow. 132. So it got halted at 107. That's a great move. It came right back down again. So these are just quick hitters, really quick hitters. Whoa, look at this market. What an alert right there on the SPY on the 5-minute chart. So these are the go, no go charts, okay? Let me explain a little bit if you're interested in taking a look at them. If you have trade ideas, just click on new and then click on dock channel bar. Yes, Jimmy, I'll help you right now. Okay. So you click on the go no go charts. I'm assuming you're here, and anybody else. Okay. I'm just want to go over what the go no go charts are all about. So before you take out a subscription to it, because it is a $50 a month add-on. Yeah, I can get you 15% off the first month only. But before you would do that, you have to understand what they're all about. And we've got a couple of videos here that you should look at, and some text which indicates what or tells you what the transitions are all about in terms of the colors. Okay. And so, if you want to try it, go ahead, but you got to understand what you're getting into. So, Jimmy says he just got go no go this morning. So when you click on the chart, on the channel, the go no go chart channel, this is what you're going to see. First thing that you should be thinking is that, well, wait a minute, these are not go no go charts. These are bar charts, but they're not go no go charts. So the first thing you have to do is click on any alert that you see in these symbols, like over here. Click on any alert that you see. Now, when you click on an alert, if it doesn't turn into the go no go charts, the other thing you probably should do is download the latest beta. Now, if you don't want to download the latest beta, this could solve the issue. If you right click on the chart, and let me know if this works, Jimmy, right click on the chart, and you see where it says use browser interface, uncheck that. Okay. And if you uncheck that, that might turn them into the go no go charts. If not, then you'll have to download the latest beta. So was that basically your question? Wondering, well, why don't I have the go no go charts, even though I subscribe to it? Is that really the question? Okay. So what worked? Just unchecking the browser interface? Okay. And so are you on, just out of curiosity, are you on the latest beta? So if you click on help and about, what do you see? I'm on a development version. The beta is 0.95, 5.6.95. If you can just do help and about and let me know what you're on. So again, click on help from the toolbar and then about, and then it'll tell you the version you're on. Jamie. Okay. So, you might want to download the latest beta anyway. Okay. You don't have to worry about all your everything you've done will be there still. I'm just intrigued to know though, because if you're on 0.95, that seemed to solve the issue about having that checked. Okay. The use browser. See, I have it checked and it doesn't affect me. But if you don't want to do it, that's fine. I guess. I don't know what else is affected, but I guess that's fine. All right, let me see if I can find something now. As the market not yet settled down in terms of moving down, it's still moving down. So now we've got no disconnect now. We've got the Dow down, we've got the Nas down. So just further word about the go no go charts. Okay, so if you go to the channel, the go no go chart channel, you'll see that there are some scans. Okay, and they're daily scans. In other words, more designed for swing trading. If you want to have a scan that's designed specifically for intraday trading, this is the one to go to. It's called Go Momo in 3 minutes. And to access that, you just click on New, and then click on Market Explorer window. This box will pop up. Right click, select strategy, box pops up, scroll down, go no go, box pops up, Go Momo 3 minutes. Okay. And so this is designed to find a very, very specific pattern. But he's saying it works. It worked for him, Pepe, with the browser interface, without the browser interface. Didn't we find some people though that had 0.95? Right. But he's got 8.8, and as long as he unchecked the browser interface, it seems to work for him. Now let's make sure it is really working. But he says it turned into the go no go chart, so I thought we found some people though with 0.95, and it still didn't work unless they unchecked the browser interface. But anyway, let me talk a little bit about this scan though. This is looking for a very, very specific pattern. So this is the pattern it's looking for. Well, that's terrible then. If you have to, so you still have to uncheck the browser interface on 0.95 because the company's really pushing the browser interface. Let me ask that question. Now, I wonder if that's widespread, Pepe. Shorting scan. Well, you can take a look at this. So Raj in our YouTube room. I'll get back. I'll get back to this one. Okay. I want to answer Raj in our YouTube room. So movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. You can see anything in red here. Anything in red here is something that you can use. You just click on the symbol, and these are potential shorts. Okay. I have a race. Big large cap losers, potential shorts also. Okay. So if you're interested in either of those two, you just have to go to my homepage. So just go to my homepage. Okay. I'm talking to Raj in our YouTube room. Go to my homepage and scroll down, middle section, scan section. So you've got a couple of ones. Well, there's also the 10-day daily breakdown. But the large cap losers, if you're looking for large cap stocks moving down, that race right there. And then right here, upside movers versus downside movers. And anything in red that you're seeing here, these are weak stocks. Okay. So you can use those to, get shorting ideas. Doesn't mean just when you get the alert, you just pile into the short, as you know, but at least it identifies stocks that are weak today that are potential shorts. So getting back to the specific scan. So if you see, I'm going to expand this GWRE chart. You see we had an alert right there. Okay. So what it's looking for is going from orange directly to purple or no more than one pink bar in between. If it sees that pattern, then you're going to get an alert. Okay. So that's why we're getting an alert for GWRE. Doesn't mean 100%, just like any other alert you get. Doesn't mean you just pile into the short. Okay. This is a short opportunity. Okay. But that's what the scan is identifying. Orange, either directly to deep purple or only one pink bar in between. It's going to identify that. Now, if you're saying, well, wait a minute, I've got one and it's not identifying it. Well, there are some filters in place. The relative volume has to be at least 5. I think the volume has to be at least 1 million shares, things like that. Okay. So that's what that scan is designed to find. And on the flip side, to go long, it's looking for orange and then either directly to blue or no more than one cyan bar in between. And that's what so that's what it tries to find. And it found PEN here. Now, again, with the market the way it is, PEN could not sustain. So again, the whole idea of go no go is when you see orange bars, they're telling you don't take the trade at all. We don't see an advantage one way or the other, either short or long. See if I can find. I mean, we're not going to find too many on the long side today, but let me see if I can find something that looks. So if you had been in X, okay, up here, blue is the strong pattern. Okay, that's the strongest bullish sign we've got. The minute it starts turning to cyan, though, it's saying that the pattern is still strong, not as strong. It's starting to weaken. Okay, it's starting to weaken. Doesn't mean get out of the trade completely, but be aware that the strong pattern that we detected. Whoa! Look at the market now, guys. Look at this market now. That's a big pop. Can't remember if anything was happening at 11 o'clock. I don't think so. Yes. Go, Waller, go. Waller's talking. One of the Fed presidents at 11 o'clock. Okay, trade wave report. Are you talking? I saw. I guess it's not. I don't think it's available yet. Let me see if it is. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's an option. So you're talking about. I don't know if it's available yet. You're talking about the sort of the waves that you see, like straight lines across with buy and sell signals. Is that what you're talking about, Fazitos? This is in our YouTube room. Okay, if it's available, I'm not sure how to activate it then. I should know this. I'm on. Let me ask that question. I saw it for the first time yesterday. Oh, on standard charts. Ah, okay. Not on the go no go charts, really? Well, let me bring up. Let me duplicate this chart. All right, so this is well, how did you activate it? Oh, okay, that's on that. It's up here, probably, right? I know we had the clouds. I know what you're talking about. I admit I did not use it at all. Okay, I did not use it at all. So I am. I don't know. I don't know how to use it. Okay, I think there's a buy signal. There's a sell signal right on the chart. How you use it, I guess, is up to you. Okay, he actually, Chris says you can use it on the go no go chart. So let me see if I can activate it. And I just don't know where the ripster thing was. Let me go to the ripster channel. Okay, so it's on the FX. So there's the trade wave. Should have. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I know it. I saw it yesterday in the development meeting. I don't know. Somebody posted what it looks like. You have a line across, down, up, down, like a wave with buy and sell signals. I don't know enough about it yet, Fazitos. Okay, I think it's obviously brand new. Yeah, so I have to be on the browser edition and then FX and then activate trade wave. Yeah, there. So this is what you're talking about right here. Okay. So not much more I can add. Okay. So this is something new, guys, I guess. Have to be on the browser edition of the charts. Click on the FX. One of the options is trade wave, and you'll get these little sell signals, buy signals. I'll keep it up. See what it looks like. This is on a 3-minute chart. Obviously, you can do it on all the charts. Let's see what it looks like on a 15-minute chart. So you have to be on the browser edition. Well, let's see. Let's just see what happens. Let's see. We get a sell signal coming up here at some point. Okay. So, guys, I guess this is available. I think you have to probably be on the latest beta, 0.95, number one. And then you have to be using our browser interface charts, number two. And then you click on FX. Port at the bottom of the chart. Oh, I see. Oh, cool. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see. I don't have, I'm just going to wait right now, though. How do we get rid of this? So I guess this is telling you if you followed, the buy and sell signals exactly, you'd be down 0.65%, I guess. But how do I get rid of this? Well, how the heck do you get rid of this? Oh, click on that. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's never mind the report right now. I just want to see what happens if we get, now here's where thumbnail charts would help because then you could just, keep this. I don't want to have to stare at this to wait for a buy or sell signal. So you might want to do something like this, Fazitos, okay? Because this is brand new for me also. So you might want to go to info@trade-ideas.com. I'm asking if there's, more information like videos or. So there'll be something soon, okay? I'm just, I'm just, this is a little premature, okay, Fazitos, okay? It's probably premature. I don't think it was supposed to be released yet without the documentation. So well, let's see. Let me see if there's anything on those. I think what I'll do is I'll get rid of it on this 3-minute chart. Yeah, that bounce did not last long, did it? Did not last long at all. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm tied up in doing a couple other things following a discussion, internal discussion. So it looks like bull is trying to bounce a little bit here, guys. This is from our AI. Also, 1240 was the alert. 1240, you can see it right there. Pretty steadily down also. Well, if it's going to be this easy, just get the big sell and just short it. If it's going to be this easy, maybe we've come on to something here. Not seeing too many buys. Yeah, I'm very reluctant to go long anything right now, no matter even if it looks like it's trading on its own, which APLS is. I mean, APLS is definitely trading on its own. It's not caring too much what the market's not caring at all what the market is doing. Boy, one quick trade for me early, and that was the TVTX. Worked out really nicely, but wow, ASTS. ASTS continue its descent, guys. It's now it's the low. It's below the low of last week. It's right at the low of yesterday. 2640 is the low of yesterday. So let's take a look, and I'm going to put an alert around 2620. See if it takes that out. Yeah, no kidding, Ben. Wow. Well, it wowed up here. Sorry, guys. I'm just talking. I got some internal stuff going on. So, yeah, wowed up here. Came right back down. Um, your highs, 338. That's a high there. If it breaks through that, 366. So, yeah, this is a definitely an alpha stock. All right, IOVA guys. Now IOVA, wow, through 10, through the 200-day moving average at 1010. Okay, look left. Next low is 957. A little bit of room there. And of course, way down here at 866. So let's see how well IOVA holds underneath 10 and see if this gives us a short opportunity. A lot of shares available, Interactive Brokers, 4 million of them. So and here's where I found IOVA right down there. So probably this will probably work a lot better on the larger cap stocks. Let me just take a look. NCB. SATS was a big one yesterday. This was a nice one for me yesterday. SATS, SATS. So you know what? I mean, this is still very strong. It was an earnings play, I believe, yesterday. No, it wasn't. Just has can't remember what the news was, but I had a great day yesterday. Closed near the high, okay, almost right at the high of the day, and continuation today. It's broken through the high of yesterday, 2243. Now the only issue might be 2294 is the next high. That's on the well. Wait a minute. That's on the 3-minute chart. Daily chart. Weekly chart, the next high is 2355. So there is still a little bit of room, okay, for SATs, and is definitely an alpha stock, not caring what the market is doing. Yeah, well, my feeling is that using the browser interface can slow down my system. It may not now that I've got rid of all my now that I've got rid of everything, all my thumbnail charts. That's the only reason. Let me see. I can turn them all into the browser interface. I'll just see. And see if that has any effect at all. It doesn't really make that much difference to me using the browser. Now, there are certain things that you need to have the browser interface. For instance, this cloud thing with the flags and all. Okay, guys, Mobileye looks interesting. Okay, I mean it's starting to weaken. Okay, this is basically a lifetime low. I know it doesn't count down there because this is intraday, but what it's doing when it's looking for the lifetime low, it's always looking left to see where it was, where the lifetime low was, and so now obviously the lifetime low is here at 1145, but this is certainly a weak stock. Like nothing is going to save this right now. I think it had earnings already. Let me get rid of this and this. I don't care about the little inserts. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. You have to click on it or something, and a little box pops up. I completely agree with you. There you go. You have to click on it, a little box pops up. Once the box pops up, but yeah, I agree. I agree. I like this. I like to see the relative volume front and center. I like the boldness of all this, but you're right. That's probably the reason why I didn't want to use the browser interface. Yeah, because yeah, you can see everything right at the top here. So Raj asked a question in our YouTube room. Can we also see recent news on the same screen? Okay. Well, we have a news tab, okay, but I just want to point out it is not like breaking news or anything like that. I use this news tab mainly to see news that happened previous days. Okay. If I'm looking in the pre-market, you will probably see, if a stock released earnings, you'll see the news that it did. Maybe you'll probably see some news in the pre-market if a stock did have some something newsworthy. Okay, but if you're looking for breaking news, this is not it. And that's just from the single stock window. Notice we have these tabs here. So there's the news right there. So if you kept it on there, every time I would click on an alert, I'll get the news. Okay. But again, if you're looking for absolute breaking news, no, I don't use this for really breaking news. Not that this is absolutely breaking news, but this is what I use, Interactor Brokers. It's pretty darn good. Okay, Raj, does that answer your question? Do you know how to get the new? Can you see the news tab? You have to be using our single stock window. And if you wanted to, you could take this out. We'll see what I've done with the profile. Okay. Profile was another tab, and I basically just took it out so I can see it all the time. I could have done that with news. Does that answer your question? Okay, guys, sorry. I know I'm definitely distracted right now because I'm trying to follow this internal discussion that we've got going. Okay. Don't know how to answer that, Stuart. Been noticing that on reversals. Give me an example of a chart of a stock. Remember, they're not recommendations. They're just showing you a transition, right? Sometimes you'll see, like you might see even like a large orange bar, and you might say, "Well, why didn't it alert? Why did it keep going up and up and up?" It's just the way it works. It's just taking all the indicators that they're using in the go-no-go system, and just the way it works. Sometimes, yeah, I've noticed that too. Sometimes you'll see a big orange bar, and then you'll get the transition. And you might think, "Well, why did the bar have to be so long?" Oh, I see. Well, but you have to understand too. I know what you mean but this is such a low float stock, okay, and it popped so quickly, so quickly. I don't think we're going to be able to, solve anything like that. I noticed the BENF was the same because the alert was right here, okay, at 314 for BENF. That and so by the time you get that alert, I mean, yes, it moved a little further, but on stocks like this, it's sometimes it's just the way it works. Right here, right there, it wasn't blue, it wasn't blue, it wasn't blue, it was only blue. And plus, remember, now if you want, you can always go down to if you're into the low floaters, you can always drop the time frame. But you won't get if you're talking about you're talking about the scan itself, Stuart, or you're talking about something else, just in general, when you click on an alert. Because you could always drop this down to a 2-minute time frame or even a 1, I suppose. See, in this case, you would not have got even an alert. I don't think there's any way around it though when it's a stock that is a very low float and it just explodes. Okay, it just explodes. I don't, there's nothing you can do because remember, it has to wait for that candle to close also because we see it's blue now, but and maybe it was blue here. I mean, it's possible it was blue there at that point or even here, but there's no guarantee it's going to remain blue. Okay, because all of a sudden it could just sell off and then it's not blue anymore. When you think about it. So it has to wait for the candle to close before you get the actual alert. And sometimes, yeah, I mean, if the candle is huge, well, it is too late. I get it, but you're not going to. In some instances, you're just not going to be able to control that. I think it probably, if you're looking at more larger cap stocks, it's not going to be an issue. But yeah, some of the wild, volatile, low float stocks, you can get a giant candle before you get the alert. All right, guys, 11:39, 20 minutes left for me, and then I take my break. At noon, Steve will be taking over from me in our YouTube room. Never be sorry. um, so my landing page, you're talking about my home page? Okay, so I do have the tab. It's called Barry's homepage. So it's there. I don't know if you can see it, but I will put the link in. But one of the tab, you're in General Market Talk. Right beside you is support questions, and right beside that is Barry's homepage. I don't know if you can see that, but there's the link right there. Okay. And if you're looking for my scans, just scroll down until you see the center section. I do have it up and running. Yes. Sorry, I do have it up and running. I'm trying to concentrate way more on. It's a bad day, to try to concentrate on the large cap gainers from the open. It's a bad day, obviously. It worked out unbelievably well yesterday. But down here, really, a lot of the momentum scans are right down here. Okay, the things that you see, they're down here also in this movers to the upside, movers down. Look at this. I mean, 65% that have come through, and it makes sense. 65% have been red. In other words, short. Every one of these is the low of the day. You guys were talking about ride. Boy, it's had a great 3 days. Basically doubled in 2.5 days. Wow, this is just getting killed again, Nicola. All-time low, basically an all-time low. Okay, so as Michael Noss explained to me, eventually we'll have a channel, okay, for this. But right now, this is more designed for people who are interested just looking at 2 or 3 or 4 stocks for the day. And you set up thumbnail charts, and then you just wait to see, when you get when you get the flag, the sell or the buy. So what I'll do, because I don't have any more thumbnail charts, that's what was really breaking down my system, but I will put one up and I'll take a poll from anybody or a poll. Which stock would you like me to put up? This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so I'll have one and I'll get this going. The like how about Nvidia as an example? Let's just use Nvidia as an example, something that's obviously very popular. So for instance, if you had Nvidia up earlier, okay, and that's all you wanted to follow, it was Nvidia, you had a flag right there to sell, and obviously that would have worked. I mean, it's moving with the market, of course, but so what I want to do, I'm just going to keep this up. It's intriguing to see, especially in some of these bigger name stocks. But Michael said we'll eventually be able to create a scan, so you'll know when you get the sell or the buy. Well, in fact, let's take a look at the SPY. Okay, so obviously there's the SPY. In fact, I'll keep it on the SPY just to see if we ever, do we get a buy flag? All right, now ASTS, very important level right here. It just took out yesterday's low, or is right at yesterday's low. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this. Sorry. Yesterday's low. So the low was 2640. So it's just underneath yesterday's low. And the low, next low is, 2137. So Iris, you have to be using our browser interface, okay, on the charts. So you right click, use browser interface, number one, and then you click on the FX, okay? Now, this I understand is available right now. It's very, 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 very premature. Click on Trade Wave, okay? So right click, make sure you have to be on the using browser interface, and then click on the FX, and then one of the options is Trade Wave, okay? And that's how you get that. All right, guys, 11:49. So I'll be taking my break very soon. So it's because Pepe, I'm on a development version that I'm able to do all this. Ah. So Iris, it may be because I'm on a development version that I can do this. Okay. Now, I think if you use just a standard chart though, so if you use a standard chart, right, Pepe? So you can't use HTML charts, but I thought you couldn't get that FX unless you're using the browser-based version. I'm confused. You know what, Iris? It's really, really premature anyway. It was not supposed to be released. Okay. So Steve is going to be in our YouTube room in about 9 minutes. Okay. He may explain it a little bit better in not what you're looking at, but the fact that it really shouldn't have been released. We're just, as you know, trade idea. So not available on the legacy charts. Okay. But they're available on the browser-based charts. I'm sorry. I'm talking to Pepe now. Yeah. So, okay, Iris. So, okay, so you have to be, what's happening then? Can you not get the FX when you go to the browser-based chart? So again, if I right click, this is not a browser-based chart, but the minute I click, right click, and I click on use browser interface, okay, the FX appears up here. You're not getting that when you go to a browser interface chart. I'll take you step by step. Iris. So I don't know how to help you, Iris. I need an answer from you. And when you right click on a chart and you check use browser interface, do you not get an option that says FX? And when you click on FX, you should have one. Now, this is really premature, but trade wave, you might have to do it a couple of times, but when I click on it, it disappears. Now I'm going to click on it again. I notice I might have to click on it a couple of times. No. There it is. Okay. Now it's possible it was not really supposed to be released, so it's possible they disabled it. I don't know. So Iris, I can't really help you unless you answer me. I don't know what else to. Okay, you probably have to be on the latest beta also, Iris. I don't know what version of Trade Ideas you're on, but if you don't, if you right click on a chart and you do click use browser interface and you don't see FX, you probably have to be then on a later version of Trade Ideas. I don't know what version you're on. Okay, so in order to know what version you're on, click on Help and About, and you probably have to be on the latest version of click on Help and About, sorry, 5.6.95, okay? If you're not on that, maybe that's not why it's not showing up, though I thought it was showing up on earlier versions, but if you don't see FX when you use the browser interface, it must be because you're not on the right version of Trade Ideas, okay? You should be on if you download the latest one, 0.95, you'll have it. Okay, I'm just going to put my announcement here, and maybe Steve can help you. Well, you'll know if you are by clicking on Help and About. Okay, all you have to do is just click on Help and About, and it's going to tell you the version you're on. If you're on 5.6.95, if you're on that version right now, and when you click on a chart and you click on Use Browser Interface, and if FX is not appearing, I have no idea why. Pepe, any reason why? Okay, so you're on the latest version. Well, don't know what to say because it should appear automatically as just one of the, can you see all the other ones? Can you see the heart, the clock? Now, is your chart too small? I mean, I don't know. Is your chart too small? Maybe you might have to stretch it out a bit. Has to be at least a certain size. Maybe that's it. Because I know if my chart is that, I can't see anything unless I stretch it out at least to this. Okay, maybe that's it. All right, guys, I'm anticipating Steve will be in our room very soon. So before I do that, in the YouTube room, before I do that, or before I go, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve for his 1 hour. When you click on the interface, what interface are you talking about? If you see the FX and you click on it, then you just click on, well, right now, I guess Trade Wave is available. So I don't know what you mean the FX disappears. You don't mean this interface. You're not talking about that. It has to be checked. Like, don't do this. Don't maybe you're doing the reverse. Make sure when you right click, use browser interface. Now it's there. Don't uncheck it. Maybe that's what you're doing, unchecking it. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. All right, guys. Steve just showed up in our YouTube room, so I'm putting myself on mute now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Steve Gomez into our YouTube room. And how are you liking the spy action today, Steve?
I'm loving it. I'll talk about it. I'm
Okay.
heavy short. I was waiting for all that economic data to come out. And like I was typing in the traders chat, the Fed tried their best to play their game of finding a microphone, and the market's really having none of it. So I think that's really the story, the backdrop right now, the big
And
market.
and plus, what I put in the traders chat too. I mean, we don't forget, but I mean, September is the worst month, and I'm not saying it's going to
Yeah.
be
Seasonally, yeah.
maintaining. It's seasonally, it's historically the worst month of the year, and so we shouldn't be so surprised that this is happening anyway, even if they weren't trying. Nobody was trying to prop anything up. It's just one of those things. But be interesting to see if at least 500 can hold. We're at 540 now, so
Yeah. Well,
sometime this month we could get down there.
it seems like you're right. Historically, seasonally, the data point is correct. September is the worst. But it seems like to me, I have to check. October seems like the most volatile, like the most, wicked back and
Probably
forth.
because we had the
Yeah.
two worst
Crashes.
months in history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's Apple going to Lowe's. I'm sure at Apple, I'll talk about that. Before you go, remember last time when I had to leave quickly and asked you to wait while I was entering Torrey Pines info?
Yes.
It was all worth the wait. I finally got a foursome. I can't wait.
Oh,
I'm taking Monday the 16th off to play Torrey South for $65.
Stop it.
It's
Okay.
probably going to be a beautiful day too. All right.
Probably. I won't pray for rain.
Thanks. All right.
Okay, Steve. I'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Of course, this is the support channel, and I'm filling in for Andy. Normally, I'm here on Thursdays. If you came here for Andy, I'm sorry. Let me make sure I've got my YouTube open. Hang on a second. Here we go. Get live. Perfect. Hello, everybody. I saw you were talking about the new feature. I don't know much about it. I literally was just playing with it. Just to rehash, you can open up the browser charts, which I think was the issue. Got to have that browser chart open. You have the FX, and we have this new thing called TradeWave. So it takes I think it's taking basically like just a simple cloud. I'm not sure what those EMAs are, but they're very close to my 10 SMA. But it kind of gives us that cloud color, which is kind of a no-go in itself. The blue color is desirable long, and then the orange. Now you see the buy and the sell tags. Here is the other feature. You go back into FX, and on the same line, we've got the report. And the report drops up. Okay, so how did I do on this 15-minute chart simulating, of course, mind you, obviously, the longs and then the shorts. The shorts had more frequency. Look at that. This Apple. So it's basically just looking at the chart and analyzing the stock that's up. So that allows people to take their favorite stock, which oftentimes could be something like Tesla. And there's our cloud. We would have to go in. It looks like this is, there it is, waiting for me down there. Trade view, long and short of it, a little bit of both. So you can experiment with that. You really need to be on the latest beta, I would imagine. But again, just click browser charts, and we're starting to build a lot more stuff for people. FX, TradeWave brings up the clouds, and then report. Hello, Wolfhound. The pinch play, yes, it is. No, but let's get right into it because I got a perfect example of the pinch. Let's turn this off. As mentioned, I'm short the market. And let me just backtrack a little bit. In my 401k, I have not, I trade myself, self-directed. I have not been able to go short the market or buy levered ETFs or volatility or goofy things like that until recently. Andy showed me that Google, AMD, Microsoft, Apple, and Tesla all have this Drexion. Let's go AAPD. This is the Apple short. Direxion one time. So that's the key. It's a one-time bear. So since it's not a levered ETF, I can buy this in my 401k. So I'm actually kind of, I don't want to jinx it, but I mean, I'm heavy short with these things. I've got a lot of AAPD in my 401k account. So, I mean, who would have thought, right? If the market crashes, your 401k can go up. I'm kind of excited about that possibility. I don't know if it's going to work. I was playing around with Tesla S last week. That wasn't working very well. But right now, I've currently got GLGS, Google Short. I'm sorry, GGLS, Google Short. And of course, this is the inverse of GOOG, and we want to use the inverse. And look at what we've got here. These NASDAQ tech stock, darling stocks are just breaking down. I'm not just playing these ETFs because I'm feeling like it. There's a darn good reason. You know, if I was at the card counting table right now, I am pressing. And so to use a casino analogy, my 401k is full balls to the wall, which by the way is, if you don't know, I learned balls to the wall is a old riverboat term. The steam engines of the riverboat used to spin, and the flywheel had these ropes, strings with lead balls on the end. And if the flywheel got going too fast, those centrifugal force would whip those balls up and they'd hit the wall. And there you go. That's the genesis of balls to the wall. It's not what you might have thought it was. So yeah, I'm balls to the wall short in Google. I'm balls to the wall short in Apple. And I'm balls to the wall short in Microsoft, MSFD, but I'm using MSFT. Again, they're all breaking down horribly from their 200-day, or in Apple's case, possibly the 50-day. Balls to the wall. So let's go back to Wolfhound, which is kind of why I got going on that backdrop. Let's look at the pinch play. I told Andy, and by the way, I entered this, as I told Barry, I knew full well that jobs report were coming out, and there's the jobs report, gap up here at Apple, pops right up, pinch play, right? So we talked about this often. The 130 is the blue line, which really means 5-day moving average. That's an area of interest, usually an area of support or resistance as a pivot. And it certainly did show us that support, and resistance. This is where I shorted. This is where you want to get short. You don't want to get short usually, on these new lows because you're still just sitting here doing nothing. It's being a fading expert. So you've got this sloping down 5-day, and it was a perfect scenario to go short. So I used the vehicle of AAPD in my 401k because I can. And now I'm long a lot of this, and it's a pretty good looking chart. So to the pinch play, I was talking to Andy this morning, and I got short right here, as I said. Oops. And I said, Andy, we're probably going to get like a pinch here. And it never even developed. There's the signal candle. So I added right there on that closing candle. I added, and I'm just kind of sitting, and I got confirmation. Let's see what the day brings. It's September. It's a Friday. Sometimes nasty markets can start on a Friday and percolate and boil over the weekend, and you get the big crescendo on Monday or Tuesday. That's the term, turnaround Tuesday. But that's what I'm thinking. I've got nothing long really to speak of. Maybe a couple little things in the back pocket, but the majority of the buying power is dedicated to being short this market right now. So I have a little bit of DJT. I think Andy was talking about that yesterday. There we go. I usually don't like to bottom pick stuff, but that blue line came into play. That blue line was major pivot from back here. So a 1/3, maybe 1/2 position, 1/3, and I'll wait for confirmation. And then if I get confirmation, then I'll just let it ride, and then maybe start buying pullbacks if it stays strong. But it's very hard to pick bottoms and tops. But from this day here, 46 all the way down to 16 something, it's worth taking a shot. I normally don't do that. Hello, Shaw. I forgot you are right. September is the worst. Hello, Shaw. How are you? And then looking at the VIX too, the intraday, look at this. The VIX ETF is telling us that people, institutions, whatever, money managers are buying protection. It's like an insurance policy. They're basically just selling S&P options. And when everybody piles into that trade, it acts as a volatility indicator. So VIX is not pulling back halfway through the day on a Friday in September. Let's see how the market closes. We could close completely opposite, but I want to illustrate how important something was. This spike right here that we see was what? It was the Fed coming in midday and saying, tell you exactly what they said. Something along the lines of, Fed Waller believes maintaining the economy's forward momentum means time has come to begin reducing policy rate at upcoming meeting. Data in the past 3 days indicates the labor market is softening but not deteriorating, blah, blah, blah. So what they've just done is they've basically said, okay, we're going to cut rates. So basically you would assume, or you would say, that's the news. That's it. They're basically telling us they're going to do it. They normally don't do that. So the market went, wee, and the algorithms that read news headlines bought the market. And then the sellers said, oh, I'll take that bounce. And what this basically was is just a middle finger to the Fed today saying that microphone trick is not working right now. I think what I'm trying to say is this is a very significant event that happened last hour. The market basically told the Fed, we don't care about you telling us about rate cuts. We're seeing something else that we don't like. I mean, rates spiked, rates came down. The price of the Treasury spiked up when that news came down. And in doing so, it kind of took out that past high on the TLT. I'm not a global economist, but I know enough to kind of see market behavior from observation, and the way the market has just thumbed its nose. And basically, this is the middle finger right here. Oops. There's the middle finger right there saying, we don't care, Fed. That's not working anymore. So that's what I'm seeing. XLF is finally trying to roll over. It's been horribly stubborn, the banks, and he's been chomping at the bit to try and I have too a couple times, but had to cover. But all things are red. All assets are being sold. Dollar's not really telling us much. But I want to show you something else I saw here. Let's bring up Mr. Clean Chart. Perfect. Let's use some anchored VWAP and look at the big picture. I think it's already there. Let me switch gears. Okay. Yeah, those are the lines. So the anchored VWAP actually stuck, and that must be a new feature. Notice the S&P bled through theirs. That was our anchored VWAP from this giant these are the areas you want to draw anchored VWAP from. Significant low, gap low, volume spike. In hindsight, that's where you anchor the volume weighted average price. And it gives us just a simple line, and we have blown through that. Another very bearish sign. Now, coming into today, the NASDAQ was already through theirs. See this day here? This is a correlated day. That's a quants just basically buying the anchored VWAP from this low, and rejection. These are the tea leaves I'm reading, you guys. Rejection. Now it's just trading way below. So both the S&P and the SPYs, respectively, have taken out their anchored VWAP low. That was a pretty good established low from the last time the Fed came out and talked about the numbers and what they do. So maybe all of this was priced in. So I will ramble if you guys don't have any questions. If you have any questions, let me know. we're probably due for a little soft bounce here midday. Look at all that selling. That's been a lot of selling all day long. I say it's all about the close. So it's very rare for a market to just go down all day. It's actually probably going to be healthy for maybe another bounce of some sort. But if you're short like me, you're going to want to see a close into lows. If it does pop back up, I'll consider what I need to do with the close. And if I need to lighten up on something or whatnot. I mean, it's very possible, this market could reverse and give a get back, all of these purple lines, especially the SPY. SPY could easily reverse and overshoot, and in hindsight, hold this line. So I have to be respectful of that. But looking midday here, we've got very anemic bounce. Hello, Alex. Happy to look at charts. WHLR. Real estate investment. Doesn't matter what I think, just curious what it is. Now, so the volume, I mean, did some news come in here? No news. So we have to read the story on the charts. Giant volume, relative volumes off the charts. Holding yesterday, a little sloppy at the close, and holding today, the 10 SMA. It's a nice little U shape. As things often do that are in a downtrend, when they blast off on day one, the most you can expect to want to get is the 50-day moving average. And so you hope for the next day. You've got it. So this is good. It cleared the 50-day, at least for the moment. It's holding. That's a very strong move. You start looking up here for the next levels of resistance. Now, an example is another thing I'm holding that some people know is BEAT. And BEAT had a big, strong day yesterday, but look at what it did. It gave back that big push on volume and closed below the 50. I kind of hope my stock did what that one did on on Wheeler. Yeah. News was yesterday on Wheeler. Okay. Doesn't really matter what the news is. It's just going to tell me what the price action thinks of it. And so it's definitely extended, but it's not showing any current signs of weakness. And I mean that by looking at this right here. This is still in play. Now, what it could do is just hit the round number of 10 right there. That could be it for now. And it could just maybe kind of grind sideways, but that's healthy. And you really can't be upset at that after a day and a half. You guys have heard me talk about a day and a half. Well, that's where we are right now. So I would say, Alex, what I use is this 15-minute chart. And if you get a 15-minute candle that actually closes, it's going to be a bit, but if it closes at the bottom of the hour below that rising 10 SMA, that tells me the momentum is dying. And dying is when you want to assess what you want to do. Do you want to take your profits? That's what I like. That's what I like to do. But what I'm saying is it could easily just grind sideways on the daily chart above that blue line on the daily. And that's going to be totally healthy. What will happen is these fast moving averages will come up underneath. And before you know it, you've got a nice little setup here. That's kind of what I'm predicting for this thing. So good question. Extremely low float. I just caught that. 500, less than 1 million shares. So, boy, this thing will really move around with 500,000 shares in tradable circulation. So that adds a lot of volatility to it. Actually out of buying power. So even if I wanted to add to anything, or I see FAS on high. So that means the XLF is going to lows. So the financials are giving up. You can see this is why they call it stair steps up and elevator down. Some of the reasons some people like to be shorties and play the short side and catch these moves is because, let's face it, as a trader, time is difficult to sit through and juggle emotions and juggle the temptations to get out or get in. When things move in your direction and they move quickly, it makes trading a whole lot easier. Spies on lows, that's significant. So that XLF just brought the spies to low. There's no midday bounce yet. XLF, stair step up, elevator down. I look at this level right there. This is a pivot level. I'll look at these as well. You look at for horizontal price ideas. So this price alert is set. Resistance, resistance, resistance. So this is probably in the line of sight of the sellers. And like I'm saying, it's just so much more fun when you can get a giant move over 2 days than having to grind out day after day and fight the demons. Do I think game will eventually have another run to the upside? I hope it does. Let me just say, I hope it does. Oh, interesting. We've got earnings coming up. Did news just come out? Please, if news just came out, I always go to Twitter and just do $GME on this case and search and see what people are talking about. I liked the action that I saw back here. This was not lost on me. I've kind of lost focus of it, but 1, 2, 3 perfect, beautiful days right back into that pocket. Technically, was very strong coming into today. Now, all of a sudden, we got something. But I'll go back and say, I hope that it goes back to highs because I want this story to resolve first and foremost, but I want it to resolve in the way I think it should, which I think there's a lot of naked shorting and there's a lot of shenanigans going on, and I want that to be exposed and I want people to be held accountable. So all we can do is look at the price action. And the thing with game is that it'll pop overnight. It'll pop like this. And you never really know what the catalyst is. Now, if the catalyst is Roaring Kitty saying something, I don't know. But this stock is now in a position where they've got a giant boatload of cash. It's not AMC. The AMC GME trade has kind of decoupled as I say that. The algorithms are coupling them here on this intraday spike. But if somebody knows what's going on, it's probably some sort of a headline. But when it does that, it tells me it's not so much greed buyers, it's more scared sellers, scared shorts, scared naked shorts. So I think the volatility that's pent up in GameStop is primarily due to people that are stuck. I think there's a lot of people stuck. And I want to see it resolve, and I want to see it resolve with fairness and equanimity and exposure. If in fact that is the case, I think it is. Whereas Google has been extremely weak. Remember the old cartoons, Bugs Bunny cartoons, where people are old like me, Elmer Fudd or whoever's hanging on the ledge of the old building and Bugs Bunny's stepping on his fingers. Well, that's what this ledge of the 200-day SMA looks like to me in Google and in the NASDAQ. Very similar charts. NASDAQ did it from its anchored VWAP. How do I turn that off now? Well, I think I probably have to go to indicators. I'm guessing. Yep, look at that. Remove. Okay, that's a new feature for people that were rightfully so noticing the lines didn't stick. That's how we turn them off. Charlie was saying something. I saw a video of Charlie. Okay. So it's the same old spooky headlines that don't mean anything. I would suspect Game at some point might come out and make a major announcement of a new business model of what they want to do and where they want to go. Having a hard time in the NASDAQ going lower. So we'll probably do a nice little bounce here to set up for, maybe some selling into the close. I don't know. But I very much see this 440 level in play. Again, it's the 200-day for the NASDAQ. I haven't looked much at the Russell 2000. Also heading for its 200-day. The SPY way above its 200-day. I didn't even take my own advice on the trade of the week, but it was a good one. It's kind of that same thing you were looking at in Wheeler, right? Pops above the big moving average, grinds sideways, and moving average catches up. See that perspective there? So if we go to WHLR, that could be kind of what Wheeler is looking to do after the next few days. What LFST came out of. This was the trade of the week. This is why I liked it back here. Strong, beautiful pullback at a meaningful level, and then it took off. But I wasn't in it. But I fulfilled my duty to pick one. This beat just went back to sleep on me after a big push yesterday. That's the only only long I have, that in DJT, but not much. Again, I have a lot of Apple. If Apple winds up really, again, remember it was a pretty good entry, so I've got a good price right there on the short side. I let the open pop open and come up, and once it kissed that 130, the 5-day moving average, I established my position in AAPD. There's the inverse down here, so it's like buying right here. So now I'm just kind of hoping that it grinds for me. So looking at the underlying, if we get to the close, the end of the day, I'll be a happy camper, if we have something like this, where it just kind of comes back down to test these recent lows. And if it does, there's a lot of space there. So that's why I'm kind of leaning on that one. I've got like a double position on that one. So basically, we came back from Labor Day and people hit the sell button. Hasn't really changed much after a slow August. We're not getting a physical bounce in price. So it's like I've talked about, consolidation can do it in two ways. It can consolidate in price, in this case, bounce and take a breather, or it can consolidate over time, which is the sideways version, and it's the more stronger of the two. The more likely it is to continue in the same direction when consolidation is sideways over time versus price. All right, I'm just seeing a lot of red here, and in this is my S&P high low, and when you start to just see nothing but red, it's just kind of a backdrop for the movie. Yeah, that's why we can't even get a bounce in the market. That's extremely weak. And if you were somebody who was thinking about selling after you bought the bounce, here's the mentality of the shift. You buy this low yesterday, and then you think, okay, here we go. This is the low. We're going to buy it. Nice little pullback, SPY, pullback. Let's go. I'm sure there were a lot of charts that were showing that. Well, those people right now, everything they loaded up, they're also in line with the people who are selling naturally. And so you get this secondary wave of, oops, that's kind of what I'm feeling. Sure, Wheeler chart holding up in the midst of this selling. Very good. Very good. Very low volume. I'm sorry, very low float. This thing can do whatever the hell it wants. Just get out of its way. Very strong, very strong, very strong. No indication yet that it's wanting to give up the momentum. It may want to come back and challenge 10 again. Legal victory. Okay. Got it. So we have a new 15-minute candle, which means this 10 SMA creeps even lower. Boy, it's scared of coming up and touching that thing. It's just repelled by it. Wow. Yeah. Guess this thing was pretty cool back in the day. Whatever the problem is, boy, that's bizarre. Restructuring, whatever. That's crazy. 97 cents. Yep, I see that. Yeah, after 300%, somebody's going to want to take profits. I see NASDAQ just can't get out of its way. What I need is Apple to just really puke. That would give me comfort. I want to take it all into the weekend too. Like I said, if I'm lucky enough to get a close on Lowe's that's weak and volatile, I just want to take everything I have and roll the dice into the weekend. And then maybe on Monday, I start piecemealing out regardless of what happens. We'll see. So I'm going to move my price alert down here to, I want to put it down to the low of that spike. Maybe I'll get an alert today or Monday. All right. Wow. We're bottom of the hour already. Whatever you want to talk about. Apple's on Lowe's, Google on Lowe's, Microsoft. My three shorts, the three horsemen. Holy crap, it hit 15 aftermarket. Wow. That's easy math. Even I can do that quick maths. But it's not lost on me that DJT is holding up in the midst of this. So maybe that big descent has been priced in, but I'm out of buying power today. If I want to add to DJT, it's going to have to be on Monday. I'll get some buying power back on Monday. Well, XLF might get to that level today. Elevator down. We're just getting sideways chop now. It's just midday. It's 12:30. Still a lot of time. And ideally, the sellers would prefer to have a bounce to sell into. That's just how it works. All right. Well, I'm freed up. Any questions? Hello, Iris. KLAK is a semiconductor. AC clack. Yeah. Wow. Look at that. So we know it's a semi. Let's back out a little bit, Alice. I'm sorry, Iris. We used to have an Alice. And look at these semis, SMH. SMH kind of overshot its 200-day, whereas KLAC was just kind of kissing it. So basically, just you expect a little bit of a fight here. You normally don't push through these giant 200-day moving average levels without a fight. And maybe the fight only takes half a day. Maybe it's going to take the rest of today and into Monday. I don't know, but it's not necessarily the level you want to establish a short at, would probably be my warning. Hail I see was click and clack. So you can actually see, yeah, there's a little bit of green coming in now. And when you look left, that's why I use a 200-day, because likely fund managers, algorithms, quants, they probably use the 200-day also. The 50 in blue and the 200-day in dark are just some of the oldest old school type of indicators you'd want to use. That, yeah, kind of wish I had buying power, but no, I'll wait. I'll wait for confirmation. So, I mean, it'll likely bounce up to 1950 if I get lucky here in DJT, and then we'll expect some sellers. So I just have to be happy with the share size that I have in that one. So far, it's all working. I really just personally, my focus is in this AAP of Apple. And again, I see a couple things I've noticed in the past. This little antenna is kind of a reversal sign, just as this one was, but it popped right up into the pocket, right up into that armpit. These moving averages start to act as an armpit, and all of a sudden, you're not under support anymore. You're under resistance. That's my thinking on Apple and why I'm so heavily short. Oh yeah, it was. That's exactly what it was. I even guessed it. My gosh. Now I know what Michael's going to want to talk about during the podcast when I'm finished with this. Michael's obsessed with Roaring Kitty and GameStop. Don't tell him I said that. Barry, I know you're listening. Hey, DJT showing some true colors. That's nice. Whereas the NASDAQ is now approaching, and I probably wouldn't be surprised if it bleeds through a little bit and some attempted dip buyers still conditioned to buy the dip. I'm prepared for that, but so far, it's been some pretty anemic bounce attempts from what we normally have had in the market over the last few months. After a big sell-off, that is. And then again, the Microsoft, same thing. I'm all three of my shorts, they're broken and they're in the pocket, they're in the armpit. Microsoft, Google. Google's actually stretched. That's why I like this Apple so much. It's not stretched down. That Google is really stretched down. Apple's still just kind of tucked away up in here. I mean, it's got some potential in my opinion. Okay, yeah. So it's going to try that 10 again, perhaps in Wheeler. Let me put that on my level 2. Oh, too late as we speak. Let me put my level 2 on. See how bad that spread is. 07 by 15, 10 by 15, 72 by 7. 63 by 99. That's crazy. So it needs to get a 10 bidder back on that level too. Sometimes it'll wash above as a second attempt and it needs to follow through. You might try 10 offers getting taken, 10 bid. Boy, that's nutty. It's just it's been up so much. I get a little musical chairs spooky. Now it's back under 10 again. Funny. All right, let me turn that off. It's making my head spin. Google just can't bounce. So Google's so weak. Almost makes you wonder if it has news coming. Apple just hanging out near lows. NASDAQ, this was the biggest attempt it could get in a bounce. So everything I've seen, guys, this morning is so extremely negative. And again, I'll draw attention if you weren't here earlier. This little spike midday was the Fed trying to talk the market higher, saying, okay, we're going to cut rates. The market says, we know, we don't care. So now what? They kind of run out of bullets. I turned my back on it for 2 seconds and new high of the day. So if it wants to go higher, look left here, look left. There's I see a level of interest, probably 11. It's support right there, resistance in that wick. So let's right click just for funsies. Let's pop in a blue line. It's likely to get to that 11 there. That's what I would be doing if I knew I was long and I'm really trying to take the best profit I can. I'd be probably putting an 11 order in right now because you won't have long to get it. It'll pop up and grab it, and then it'll retreat likely. All right. Troy, do I look at level 2 data to determine support and resistance? Yeah, I do. For instance, yesterday I was watching DJT pretty strong into the close, and I just noticed that there was a 1705 seller, and he was just as stubborn as can be, wouldn't lift. Price would go down, break 17, pop back up, 1705. So I will use level 2 sometimes, especially on the tricky ones. Something like that's extremely liquid, like NASDAQ or Microsoft or Cubes. No, the illiquid ones or the faster, more volatile ones. And I would put DJT in that class. It was kind of all over the place. I will watch level 2 for just kind of the price level. You know, when I first started trading, had a friend. He actually was in Chicago and he used to stand in the pits, and those guys didn't have the luxury of charts. They were like mental computers with photographic memories, which he had. And when I started trading, I needed a chart. And he and I sat next to each other in the trading room, and our computer layouts were completely different. I had charts and analytics, and he had about 15 level 2s. And he was just watching this dance of these rainbows back and forth. And in his mind, he just knew all the levels. Microsoft 130, Yahoo 50. And he knew the levels. He didn't need a chart. His mind, beautiful mind, he was processing it like that scene in the card counting table in Hangover, which we all know. So in that respect, when I'm looking, when I'm trying to study price at the close too, I'll start to watch to see, like, you know, just price action when I'm curious. But it's usually once I'm in something, I can tell where I want to bid or offer by looking at the charts. I don't use level 2 to determine where I want to bid or offer. I just kind of see how the action is ebbing and flowing, where a strong seller might be, and if that level gives way. Or in the time in sales, if you just start seeing, you know, those happy colors of trading above, it's just more a little confirmation that things are strong at the moment. LULD. No? Something, yeah, we're talking about Wheeler still. Low, under, low of the day. Low and low of the day, is that what that means? I'm usually pretty good at acronyms. All right, we should have there's some new candles. They just popped up, yeah, in Wheeler, and that's going to bring the 10 SMA up even stronger. Let's check in with the bigger picture. The Nasdaq can't get out of its own way. Very feeble bounces. Very feeble bounces. Financials. The VIX is breaking out and holding that moving average, so people might start buying VIX again here for protection. All right, well, I'll be here another 10 minutes or so, maybe longer. I'm doing the podcast with Michael. Like I said, I'm sure he's going to want to talk about Game, which has earnings coming up. It doesn't mean much. Limit up, limit down, alt level. Okay, learn something new. Limit up, limit down. Got it. Boy, I'm just not seeing a lot of green. Just all this red scrolling through. Just nothing. Everything's lifeless. It's that omnipresent moving average pushing down. How's my Apple short? Boy, it's stubborn. Stop being so stubborn, Apple. I can't complain. It's on the right side of the line. That's it. That's all I need to know. Let it work itself out. Silver's getting smacked. Patrick, nothing is safe today. I have no silver exposure. They're just getting walloped. Even gold is giving some back, the physical gold. Probably the miners, they're giving it back. More red coming through, high low. Why is game tripping? Oh, shouldn't be doing that. I'll put it back to highs. Just red coming through my high-low ticker. Personally, I would not be trying to buy pullbacks in much of anything today. If you can find something, I mentioned maybe DJT, but I'm not even trusting that on this downdraft. We still have 3 hours to go. Finally hit a halt, huh? Finally hit an air pocket in that 500K float. 1080 to 915. Yep. It's at least, I don't know, what are the triggers? Is it 10%? 15%? 10.91. So I'm usually not participating in these volatile guys. I don't, for many reasons. So yeah, I'm usually not trading in limit up, limit down situations. I'm just over here begging for Apple to go to lows. If the NASDAQ goes to lows, that'll probably be enough for Apple to just see. Oh, Microsoft actually put in a small bounce. Look at my sector board. There is no hiding today. Bonds, flat. It's about the best you could hope for. Home builders. Okay, I guess. %, got it. And is that in a 5-minute period? Oh, there go the financials releasing. I think 15 minutes, okay. 5 would be pretty tight. XLF wants to lead the way. NASDAQ's at lows. All right. Is that going to drag my loathsome Apple to lows? Boy, this is stubborn. It's right there. I'm going to add Apple to my 401k. I can clean that symbol list out later, but I always like to kind of know if stuff I'm in is making highs or low. There's a new low. Sure, I'll talk more about this, I'm sure, on the podcast after Michael's done talking about GameStop and Roaring Kitty. That Roaring Kitty really pisses Michael off, like nobody else. Maybe they're going to announce something at earnings coming up on Tuesday. Yeah, I would think the tighter the 5-minute, the tighter the better in hindsight for the quick moves, because things can move that quickly in 15 minutes. That was my guess anyway, but I don't know. I'm sure Barry will enlighten us when he comes back. So financials continue to go to lows. KRE, the banks, KBE. A lot of red out there today. And again, it's not lost on the market that the Fed tried to rescue it right there, but there's the middle finger. The selling really tells the story. All right, I'm not going to be here much longer. If anybody has any questions or you need help with something, let me know. Barry.
Steve.
What's going on?
Well, I actually took a trade. I don't know if you saw our Slack thread, but I actually
Nope.
took a trade in Bowl, BOWL. And now you'd have to have using the browser interface.
Okay.
And you have
All
to
right.
click on that FX if you haven't,
Yeah.
and then maybe get to a 3-minute chart.
All right.
But if you click on the FX and then click on that trade wave,
Yep.
Okay, so you should see a little buy flag right at about 11:45.
There.
Let me take a
Let
look
me
at
zoom
my.
out a little bit. There it is. Yeah, I had to zoom
Yeah,
out to get
okay.
it.
And so I actually said, "Oh, what the heck, do it." And I actually did my video on this today, not because of this,
Perfect.
but I thought, maybe it'll bounce. So I took it mainly because it's still strong for the day. I mean, it's still up for the day. One of the few stocks that are up for the day. That's an earnings play. So, but look what it did. I mean, I got in right around 11:49, and it got up to 11:73, and I got out of it just underneath 11:70. I mean, not bad on a day. Especially what I liked about it is that the market didn't help it at all. There was
You
no
know,
market help
you know what I
whatsoever.
like about it is I talk to these guys all the time about it. Is my 5-day 130 SMA. It was resistance yesterday, and it was
Hmm.
support today. 4 times. So really lined up nicely with the kind of stuff I like to see. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So anyway, I thought that was interesting. I just thought I would try it. Tight stop. I mean, it was consolidating pretty well, and yeah. And I mean, I probably should still be in it. I mean, it looks well in some of it anyway. Looks like it's going to try to resume a little bit, but yeah, it's hard though to commit to any length of time being long right
Yes.
now.
Yes. They're short lived for that. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
But anyway, it is now
All
11
right.
or 12:56. So I shall let you go. And thanks again for spelling me. And see you next week. Have a great
Yep.
weekend. You're
Have
not
a
a
good
big
weekend.
NFL fan, though, are you?
Not as much. You know what? I have fallen in love with baseball. Have you seen
Oh,
my
yeah.
Padres? Have you seen my
Yeah.
Padres? I
Yeah.
started watching. I bought the MLB, and something I do to relax after the market now because it's just I put it on. It's great background fodder. I've been telling my friends, man, you got this 20-year-old kid, Jackson Merrill. You got to see that.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna be rookie of the year now, and I've
Yeah.
been watching him all year. So really
Yeah.
exciting for our town. They took away our basketball team, the Clippers. They took away our football team, the Chargers. So the
Yeah.
Padres have respect, and the town loves them. And their owner died of cancer last year, so they're playing and dedicating the season to him. So
Oh, I saw
yeah,
that.
yeah,
I saw some kind of a dedication. Well, and whoever is the new owner is not afraid to spend money.
exactly. And they've
I
made
mean,
some
really.
great trades. That's the
Yeah.
most solid this team's ever been, and they've got this it factor. They all just pop up and love playing for each other. So we'll
Yeah.
see how it happens. I'm excited
All
for them.
righty.
All right,
Well,
sounds good.
but you're right. Baseball's so relaxing. It's so
It is.
relaxing. I
It's
mean,
cerebral. Yeah.
yeah, I got into, I'll digress just a second. I got back into watching baseball at sort of at the beginning of the pandemic.
Mm,
And, there was nothing
yeah.
going on. And I
Yeah.
started watching my Blue Jays. And I just found, man, because I hadn't watched a game probably in 15 years, other than maybe the odd World Series stuff, and
The
not a full
same.
game. And all of a sudden, man, this is awesome.
Yeah.
It was really, really relaxing. Anyway, I'll let you go, Steve.
Well, our park is really amazing. I don't know if you've ever been to it, but
I've
it's pretty
seen it.
special.
I've
Yeah.
seen it, not been in it. It's at Jack
Yeah.
Murphy Stadium, or is that what it's
No,
called?
no, it's downtown, and
Oh, the downtown one.
it's got a old brick building in the middle of it, and it's kind of just sits right in the middle of downtown. They got every different type of food and drink and
Hmm.
angle and views, and the kids are running around in the back in the outfield, and it's really cool.
Yeah, good. Okay, I'll cheer
All
them
right.
on.
Yeah.
Okay, Steve, thanks.
See it.
Bye-bye. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms as I just pause, get my music going. Okay, guys. So I was when I was just talking to Steve as I took this trade here, guys, the bowl, the BOWL. This was when I was just coming off my break, and I noticed that little buy flag there. Okay, and I thought, you know what, just try it. And I actually had done my video on this. It hadn't done this yet, but I did my video. I said, you know what, I wonder if this could have some kind of a bounce in it because it was starting to flatline a little, and I was wondering, would I get one of those little buy flags again? This is in this new product that well, I guess in theory the cat's out of the bag a little bit. We've kind of launched it. And I thought, okay, I'll take it and just see what happens. Well, I got in at, I think it was 11:45 or something, rode it up, got up to 11:74. When it broke down through 11:70, I exited. As I was saying to Steve, pretty tough to commit to anything long right now, but it still looks pretty good now that it's actually turned blue. So anyway, that was one. just as test to see whether or not it would work. Well, Michael, all you can do is request it. I think you probably talked to Steve about that. Still waiting to see if we get a little buy flag. I've got the SPY 5. See if we get a buy flag. On the SPY at some point. Yeah, look at Bitcoin. Holy smokes, down 2,000, around 54,000. Yeah. Man, how again? I hope nobody got killed in this one. This WHLR. I actually was almost going to take it. And I was just coming off my break, and so I was still on my break, but I was sitting down on my computer. I happened to notice I had my momentum scan. I said, "Wow, okay, you got up to 1077," and I right around here. I thought, okay, let's see if it breaks through 10 and keeps it. Well, look at that though. I mean, this was really, really quick. Also, I mean that it went from about 1079 down to, I think I got halted on the way down to 916, and that was a quick move down. So as I say, wonderful when you're on the right side of it, but not great when you're not. All right, guys. Well, has the market found a little bit of a bottom here around that 540? And my guess is that had the market done, even a mini recovery, that bull probably would have kept going further. And as I was saying to Steve, I mean, there was no market help. There was no market help on that move. Ah, I see what's happened. So now we're getting a bit of a sell signal right here. Okay, a little sell, which is interesting because when you look at a go no go chart, there's blue and now it's turning to cyan, which is indicating that this little strong trend may be over. No, I don't trade after hours at all, Michael. I shouldn't say never, rarely. The only time I'll take a trade after hours is if something that has really run in the during the day and maybe closes near the high of the day, and it's one of these crazy ones. And then if I watch a little bit after hours, another 10 minutes or so, and if it starts to move, sometimes I take the trade. But probably for months I haven't taken a trade after hours. I'm usually done. I don't even want to look at a computer after hours. Now I'm just watching here to see we get a little buy flag, a little bit of a pop here, little bit of a pop, not much. Yeah, I see DJT is at the top here. There's a big sell signal here for SMR right there. Again, you know, it's very close to what the go no go is looking at. You know, look at the SMR on the 15-minute chart, orange to purple right there. Sweet green or sweet grass, sweet green. Sweet green, yeah, continuing to move down here, guys. Had earnings back here. Nice reaction to earnings and actually had a nice continuation, little pullback, a little continuation up here. But I guess this is kind of where the market has been falling. So can't blame this company specifically. And man, the next low looking left has got a lot of room. 23.92, say 24. 24 down here is the next low looking left for SG. Wow, there's enough room for it to keep moving down if it wants to. So that's little sell flag was around 27.58, I guess. So not that far away. Well, at least we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stocks. I mean, we haven't seen a day like this for a while, but that's it. I mean, this is it. That's only 8 stocks right here. You too, PJ. See you Monday. All right, guys, this Semtech. Wow. I mean, this is another big move down, but looking left, 37.43. So a couple of dollars till that low here. Oh, okay. So there's a little buy little buy right there. Okay. So if you're going to go long the SPY, potentially there's a bit of a trade in it. It's on a 5-minute chart. Let's take a look on a 3-minute chart. It was a little earlier. No, in fact, right now. So, right now on the go, no go, it's basically saying don't take the trade yet. Not a lot of, we don't see an advantage going long or short, but that little buy flag right there. Now, what we're also seeing is this can be this going from red to a couple of pinks can be the start of a bit of a like a pull up. Well, this is one that has bucked the trend all day long, AUPH, and actually over the last few weeks. Look at this. I mean, this is a nice move. Great move from 550 to, and we used to sort of poo-poo these sort of moves because we're looking for a huge 100%, 200%. But in this market, this stock was 550 a few days ago, maybe 2.5 weeks ago, 725 now, but basically steadily higher, AUPH. All right, guys, 113. So I will go over my homepage one last time for the week and the information you can find, including the scans I'm currently sharing. Okay, so again, if you want a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Please use my code, whatever the code is. It can change, of course, but whatever the code is on my homepage, that goes a long ways to keeping this room free. The room gets credit for the subscription. Company likes to see that, of course. You do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started, 10 short videos. First one, the download and install, first startup and login, down to important introduction to scans, 2 key elements of trade ideas right here, the top lists and the alert windows, okay? Trading 101, new to trading, this is for you. Okay, a series of free videos that I think can help anybody who's starting out trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. The education section is here. And here are my scans that I'm currently sharing, all the scans that I'm currently sharing. Here are the ones that you can actually see that I'm displaying. This is the large cap gainers right here. But I actually have this one on my other monitor, the large cap losers, which is here. But I also have the more volatile race is the top one right here. And halts resumes over here. Relative strength leaders is here. And the compare count or the upside movers versus downside movers is here. Okay, but as you can see, I am sharing other scans that you might want to take a look at. Again, if you have any questions, don't be shy. Well, something's happening with Stericycle here, guys. I don't know if anybody mentioned this one, but SRCL rises after receiving clearance from the UK authorities on the waste management merger. Okay, so that is the reason why Stericycle is popping right now. Yeah, so this one, surprised it's not halted. It didn't get halted. Obviously, not fast enough in the time period, but looks like it's halted. Just because this is not okay. Now it's moving. Now it's moving. Okay, bid ask. Well, look at this one on the buy flag right there, QXO on a 3 minute chart, 1392 up to didn't take it, didn't see it. So that's can't take what I don't see. Now this would have shown up. Yeah, this would have shown up on the scan, but on the short side actually. But the relative volume was not high enough. Okay, fair enough, William. Yeah, I'll be leaving at around 2:30. So William is not keeping the room open after I leave. I'll head off at around 2:30 today for me. So we only have another hour and 40 minutes left or so. I'm sorry, hour and 20 minutes left. How about an hour and 10 minutes left? Yeah, sure. I'd love to head out now. It's a beautiful day in Vancouver today. Ooh, missed this one. Look at this. So that would have been an interesting one. 40.51, 50-cent move so far. For you guys, about 80. Probably a smidge under 80, maybe 79.80. That would be the high. Chilly. Okay, now look at VTRS, guys. I wonder if we'll have a bounce. Sitting right on the 200-day moving average, right on the 200-day moving average, which is 1130, sitting right on it. Will that hold it? Really? For the SMCE or SI? CI? Oh, this one. I was thinking of the other one. Well, there's a little buy flag there. Now this will be pretty wild if this turns from pink, then to the orange, then to the cyan, and then to blue, or goes to blue almost immediately. So there's the SRCL, guys, and it's starting to fall a little bit from the high, 61.66, not that much. Really, GME and AMC? Okay, I haven't looked at AMC in a long time. Is it over 5? No. Yeah, well, I just can't get too excited about them, but GME I know had a nice little run from about 17, I guess, back here, or 19 2 days ago. Had a bad little run. Now, Zeta, which was a beautiful one yesterday on the long side for me. Now 2470 was the low yesterday. I'm sorry, the low last week. Ooh, remember this one? Shoot, forgot to keep watching this one. This CELH. We were watching this one around the VWAP 3221. Okay, well, it's a little over the VWAP now. A little over that VWAP. This was a long time ago when the market was, kind of doing this as opposed to this. Look at this, guys. That's another. So far, that little buy flag, which you would have had an alert around 541.13. So we're at 541, 542 now. So we're probably starting to see a few stocks bouncing a little bit, based on this market action, coming off that 539 up to say 542 now. For how long though will this last? How long will this actually last? Not looking for an answer. Rhetorical. This could be interesting. This Verdun, okay, or Viridian, VRDN. It's halfway between. I adjusted that scan the other yesterday, the one that was showing stocks that were down pretty big yesterday and then up today. And I adjusted it so we'd get an alert when it hit at least the 50% mark. 50%. So you can see right there, it's around the 50% of that candle or that the bar. Now, unfortunately, it's a little bit extended, but it is over the 14 mark. So again, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so down big yesterday, but up big today. Okay, so this tells me, okay, see, this is at 52%. No idea if DJT is a buy here. I cannot make recommendations like that, Jay. Okay, I mean it's. I mean, look. I mean, obviously it's a stock that has been just sold off heavily over the last. Ever since it hit the high of whatever that was, 75. I mean, it's shopping around a little bit today. Are you talking about like a buy for swing trade or intraday trade? Well, I don't see any advantage one way or the other. I mean, okay, if I were looking at this, I'd say it's a short. Okay, but I don't see a huge advantage one way or the other because it's been chopping around. But if you put if you said you have to, make up your mind, then I'd say short. But I'm not going to make a recommendation. You're asking me, is it a buy here? What am I supposed to say? Yes or no? Okay. And then what happens if I say no and it goes up $10 in the next minute? All I can do is say I wouldn't be because it to me it looks weak. But somebody else might have a completely different idea. I have no idea what you mean. Got to have backbone. If you're telling me I should have backbone by coming out and flatly saying yes, it's a buy or no, it's not a buy. I'm not a financial advisor, and I also have to be very careful of what I say in a public forum. Okay. First thing I want, the guy from Trade Ideas told me to buy this, and it tanked. I don't see an advantage one way or the other, Jay. I know it says a little sell signal here. I don't see a huge advantage one way or the other. So there. I mean, if I had to, I'd short it if I had to, but I don't see a massive advantage one way or the other. It's up for the day, one of the few stocks that's up. If it went negative, I'd probably be more inclined to short it. You know, it's up 9 cents right now. Yeah, so that was short-lived, a short-lived bounce. There was a bounce, but not a huge one. About a $2 bounce, I guess, from the low here of the SPY. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, Jay, it's an emotional stock. Okay, I'm not going to get into the emotions of it regarding your election down there, and I'm in Canada. Not going to get involved in that. You know, if you believe in something, I'm certainly not going to put my opinion on whether or not I think anybody's going to win that election. And therefore, you should buy that stock or not buy it. I mean, you know what's been happening. I mean, a bunch of insiders have just sold. You know, now maybe they'll stop selling at some point. I don't know. But the lockup period is over. Is Was over a while back, and am I going to watch the debate? I don't know. I don't know if I'll watch the debate. Probably not live. I'll probably maybe catch snippets or something later on, but I'm probably not going to watch it live. All right, guys. NYCB actually a little bit of a move here. Ah, shoot! Wish I'd seen that. Well, if you look at depends what you mean by support, of course. I mean, The next low looking left, it was at that low, 539 on the daily. The next low is 536. That's on a daily chart. If you have a longer term view, then the next low is 530 on the SPY, on the excuse me, on the weekly chart. So it depends on your time frame. Well, of course. I mean, some people, they might look at if they have a longer term time frame, they may look at a monthly chart or a yearly chart, even, or a weekly chart, a 5-day chart, a 20-day chart. I mean, there's all sorts of, it depends on your time frame for holding something. There's no such thing as one absolute number that is support, in my opinion, anyway. All I can do is look at a chart and look where I see the next lows on a daily chart. And then longer term, obviously you would think that 530 on a weekly chart would be a very important level to try to hold on the weekly chart. And if it gets through that, then 500, so. All right, guys, let's see now. ASTL, let's take a look. I'd like to see these ones that are just a little bit above the whole number and see if they have any sort of a rip. Now, so Algoma, which is a huge Canadian steel company, and I'm wondering, I can't believe it has anything to do with US Steel. Yeah, we don't have 4-hour charts, so I can't help you there. But you have a 4-hour chart, look left. Where do you see the next low? Or a series of lows, perhaps, that might be support. No, I have no articles on picking timeframes. I mean, everybody has different trading styles, Jay. I mean, you're asking me, there are people in this room that don't mind holding things for months. Okay. So that's a, classic long-term swing trader. Some don't mind holding for weeks. Some don't mind holding for a week. Me, I'm more of an intraday day trader. So we all have different areas. Depends on your trading style. I can't tell you, I can't tell you what. Yeah, it's exactly on a day. Even though I'm an intraday trader, that's why you always hear me. So if I'm in this Verdun, I'm looking left. I'm seeing 15 as the next high, looking left. So as an intraday trader, this looks good. Okay, if you're taking this one, because 15 is the next high, and that's certainly far enough away from 14. But if I were looking to swing this, I would say, wow, like how much could I get? Because again, if you're going to swing trade, you're going to have usually a wider stop. And so I would be looking at this on a swing trade if I were, thinking about it, thinking, well, it's only 80 cents away, which is to me anyway, way too close if I wanted to swing it. Just using this as an example and looking at that chart. But that's why this morning, what was the one I really didn't do it, but let me, what was the one? Path. That's why to me, Path was a very interesting one this morning. because look at the room it had on the weekly chart. Okay, and I mean, it didn't. It was an earnings play. The initial reaction was really good. Had maybe the market been different, I don't know, but this had the ability to start filling in this void on the weekly chart. That's all I do. Well, of course, DJT looks like a terrible buy if you're looking to swing it. Okay, I mean, there's nothing that would get me to say, okay, I want to swing this one. Okay, I mean, it's been, look at this until it would stop moving down, maybe on a weekly chart, maybe basing and maybe putting a little pop. But intraday, even stocks like this, sure, there's always a way. Usually, even the worst stock. I'm not saying this is the worst stock, but I'm just saying that intraday, even a dog of a stock can have its day. That's why you see a lot of stocks that, announce Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and they're under a dollar, and then all of a sudden they start to move. They're a dollar, $2, $3. You scratch your head. Well, why? Well, people out there are just looking for any reason to buy a stock. It's cheap, and all of a sudden there's some buying coming in, and buying big ats buying, big ats buying. Well, and then, of course, they're very different from EJ. I mean, very different. Because they're more swing traders. I'm not. Oh, they are not swing. I'm sorry, I'm not at all. Well, you know what I'm saying, Shady. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I'm Boy, this has been strong all day. AUPH has just been a monster all day. I mean, in a sea of red is sort of standing out right here. And I don't know why, other than, I mean, I just see, I mean, yesterday they had some news about their drug. Okay. And then I see Wainwright popping in today with a $13 price target. Okay, guys. Well, things are actually, I want to take a look at the SPY and the volume. We talked about, of course, last week of August, the SPY volume was, it's still not there yet. I think I read somewhere where it's usually the second week that it could start to pick up, but the SPY volume is still not there yet. That is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, so that's Tuesday. So that was Friday. That was last week, Friday. So yeah, Tuesday. and it's just been sliding ever since. So yeah, the volume is not there. Michael. All right, so you can see the little flag now. So a brief buy and now a sell on the SPY. So this is the one that's being bought out. Interesting that it dropped somewhat. Yeah, actually dropped. Fiber dropped. Well, I don't know. Is it tied into the Verizon stock price? Because that's a pretty big drop from 39 down to 35. Again, I don't know enough about the deal. So let's see if it actually says, is it cash, all cash, or is it stock also? All cash offer. All cash offer. Hmm. Interesting. Unless there's rumblings that your DOJ will, or not the DOJ, whatever your body is that looks at mergers and hmm. Now it's supposed to close in 18 months. I mean, a lot can happen in 18 months. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Well, I'm not saying too much right now, other than the SPY moving down. So I'm not too interested in really doing anything much. If you have questions, there's MGNI. Right. What about this one? This SMTC. Just we were talking about this one just earlier. Now on the this chart right there, 39. So it might have some support around 39. Not so that is unfortunately too close for me at 39.46. If it got through that somehow, 37.51 is on the daily chart. But I'm looking at this area right down here, and that could be some support. The VWAP, well, it's underneath the VWAP. 4012 is the VWAP, so it's underneath the VWAP. Hmm. You pay a little more attention to actually what I'll do is I'll just flip this one now. So remember, if you were in the room yesterday, I made the change so that we could get the trigger when it was at least 50% in the range of yesterday's candle. I'll explain that, but let me just do the flip. Probably see a lot more of these today. That's where I found the Verdun or the whatever it's called, Viridian. That's where I found this one. Okay. I mean, it's working out okay. I was kind of reluctant to take it because it was so extended, but did see that little buy right there. Did not get in right down there. I wish I'd seen the buy right there. And again, all about looking left. Obviously, it has room. Wow, this is actually working out way better than I thought it would. Still hugging that cloud. Wow, look at this one. Just basically all day long. OMF. I wish I'd seen this one a little bit earlier. OMF. All right, guys, I got about a half an hour left. So, any questions? I don't have the feeling that any of these crazy ones are going to come back today. And if this, I mean, this one, look, this one could, I mean, it has a life of its own or a mind of its own. WHLR. I mean, it's possible that it'll, you know, pop right through 10 again, maybe move this time over 10 and keep that 10. Could happen. So you have to be on the probably the latest beta, number one, Michael. Number one, latest beta. Number two, you have to be using our the browser interface, the charts. Okay. Well, as long as you have to be using the browser indicator. Yeah, it's a little FX. If you can see the FX that I'm pointing at, the FX. If you can see FX as one of those between the heart and the buy. If you don't see FX, that means you're not on a couple things. You have to be on the browser interface. Use browser interface for the chart. Okay. So again, just right click on the chart and you must select use browser interface. And it should appear. If it doesn't, that means you have to probably have a later version of Trade Ideas. And then once you click on FX, you'll see one of the options is that Trade Wave, which gets you into that cloud. And boy, this is almost at yesterday's low now, WULF. Yeah, I think the cloud that you're talking about. Yeah, I mean this is just part of that Tradester or whatever it's called. Not Tradester. Ripster. Ripster. It's part of this Ripster. So there's some scans in here actually, but yeah, I can't remember. But you should have to be able to. Maybe you did it before. Maybe you didn't realize that. Not before today, but I mean maybe in a past life. Okay, guys, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put myself on mute. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic, but otherwise, I'm just muting myself right now. Really have nothing more to say. I'm tired. Okay, I'll hop out. I'll get on the mic again if there's a question. Okay, guys. Well, WHLR just might be wanting to rev up. But again, be so careful. But you can see there's the orange and it's gone to blue. Obviously, you need some volume. And who knows, maybe it'll just accelerate right through 10 and maybe have a great end of the day. All right, Mark, Tony P. Why do you say that? That he is selling? Oops, give me a moment. Well, I mean, this is whatever. Try to decipher all this. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me. I know it's a little bit earlier than 2:30. It's about 4 minutes, 3 minutes before, but I think I'll take off. I'll hang around for another minute or so in case there's a question. Okay. And we'll hang around before I shut down. Both rooms are closing when I leave. William is not keeping the room open. So I'll shut down, William. Okay. I'll put a little note in opening on Monday. So again, unless there are any questions, I'm shutting down right now and have a great weekend. Thanks for all the help all week. And we'll see what happens on Monday. Yeah, thanks all. I'm all suited up. Papa J. Yeah, the only thing I'd watch, guys, if you were, if you're going to stick around, not in the room, the rooms would be closed. I would, keep an eye on the WHLR. It could, it could pop through 10. If you see my 3-minute chart, you can still see there's some orange, went right to blue, and it's still hanging around blue, which is, in theory, bullish. So you can see if it can take out 939 and some volume, there might be a late day thrust for it. But as always, be really careful because you can see how choppy and whippy this one has been. Well, my rides usually last about 45 minutes. So if I leave now, I'll be back at a quarter after 12 or 3 Eastern time. So who knows? Maybe I'll see this one. Okay, guys. Thanks. I'll see everybody Monday morning. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock. Have a great weekend. And YouTubers, I have to shut you guys down now.